And some are worse than others.
Nini sa ko kita tuta. Ay, agree. Man sawin ko, manis kita po tiyo men, they agree the people.
Yeah, that's another one is the housing policy. We don't, it's still in draft form. And I saw somebody sent me from Poplar or Buy and Sell. You must have, whoever has Facebook, I guess, must have read this. They have in their notice to members, please be advised that all non-member housing located on reserve are not to be sold or rented out by anyone as per housing policy. In this event of any houses being sold, they will be taken back by the chief and council effective immediately. That's a good policy.
So to your comment of putting the policy, I think it needs to be acted on before then, because the housing policy is still quite some time away. But this PCR, membership that continue to do the illegal sales needs to be dealt with now, not a year or 2 years down the road.
Yeah.
We always say, think about our children. That's who they're hurting.
Well, we give you permission to go ahead. That's what we're doing.
Yes, they're
We
members,
think
but still.
there's others, right? Like, is it gonna come back to us and say you need 50% of the membership? You know, like, I don't know, I was expecting more people. Honestly, I was, because everybody wanted a band meeting, right? Like, it should have been a full house standing room, only.
Can I ask, is somebody taking minutes?
Yeah. But it also states in there, like, whoever is in attendance 50% can make the decision also.
Yeah, I said that.
So do you want to go that way?
Does that include the live videos as well? Does that include the live videos as well?
I don't know. Good question. I can answer that.
Sabi, ito, pumasok tayo, hindi namin si Ma'am Lucy ang sasagot. Siya just itin ka na, marami nga yung magkasek ng video, no, siya ko ba ito sa much before Albert tayo. Then you went ahead when the people said yes.
Maybe you could go by the membership code.
It says the same thing, whoever's in attendance. Yeah.
Hey Jackie, just an observation that this is what, maybe the third or fourth meeting since I've come back that I've attended, and it's been basically the same people showing up, people that want change in the community and showing up time and time again. You've given people ample opportunity to you give proper notice for meetings, you put it out there, right? I don't know, it's like I said, it's the same people showing up, the ones that want change or trying to push change in the community, and I don't know your bylaws, like I said, that's discussed, but you guys have to make up your membership. I'm just placing an observation here for you that this is what I've noticed. It's been the same people time and time again coming here for the meetings. And just to add to the Jackie's check stop, just so you know, I can 100% tell you our call volume has decreased quite a bit. There's been a big change and big shift of the number of calls we get and the seriousness of calls. So the check stop is working. It puts a lot of strain on the FNSOs, but it is working, and it's a very good tool to help this community out. Unfortunately, you won't stop everything coming in, but you have stopped a lot, and I'd like to give a kudos to Chief and Council for enacting that, because it's helped the community out a lot of it, quite a bit. So.
this thing. To go ahead with this, something of, just go ahead and do it. You have the majority of the people here pushing you to go ahead and do it. All you have to do now is just to go ahead and do it. The police agree with you, they'll help you out, and whatever you decide, it's your decision now. This is what we came here for, to push you to go ahead and do it. Don't worry about that.
Whoever wants it done, let's stand up. Show our support.
Okay, so Pam, let it be recorded.
I want to ask a question. So this PCR that you're going to do, like you're going to enact it today, and then is it because of Joyce, what's happening at Joyce's place? And if so, I'm just asking a question, okay? Because, like, so you're going to enact this PCR today, right?
Yeah.
And then, so as chief and counsel, what's your protocol, like your process? You're going to enact this PCR, go to Elisa Franklin's and go and PCR them tonight? Like, that's what I want to know. And also, the people that are like in legal, that are going through a legal process now, are those ones that are going to be PCR too because they haven't been legally charged yet?
You can't do that unless
I
you're
know, but
proven
I'm asking.
guilty.
Before I go and agree, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what's your protocol if this is what you're going to do, you know, at a legal standpoint?
Yeah,
Like, I
it's-
understand, like, everybody wants the best for our kids, but, like, if you want to enact the BCR, like, are you going to go to Alisa's and go there as a chief and counsel and go and tell them, okay, you're going to get BCR tonight?
Were
You know what I
they
mean?
told that they were gonna give a letter first?
Yeah,
That was my understanding from the last meeting,
yeah.
that you were supposed to give them a letter warning them, and then if they
I know, but a lot of
they're
us,
gonna be
but
VCR.
a lot of us here, our children and our grandchildren are in the legal system here right now. Are they going to be BCR too?
Usually put the single cam turn out, kaya po turn out, so this one, check stop tayo. Muli man yung sibika, check mo na siya
That's why I'm asking the question.
I was scrolling on Safari today. I was looking for something, but anyways, I came across this bylaw. It's bylaw number 199401 of the Vancouver First Nation, a bylaw to regulate solvent and gasoline abuse. So this was back in 1994 when my late Uncle Joe was chief. Hello, are you guys listening? Steve Barron signed this document, this bylaw. So back then, Mianisha, that's what we were dealing with, the solvent, right? That was the big thing. So now we have this bylaw. So why didn't we just add to it to match what we're dealing with today, the drugs? So that's what we mean by sometimes we need to look at the past in order to work on the future. So this work has been done, you just need to add to it.
And then a bylaw was created already. You know, it just needs the signature of the leadership. And passed by the membership about drugs and alcohol, and it will be easier because, like Melody said, we already have a bylaw on solvent abuse. It's there already.
How long is this going to take? This process?
The process like we can redistribute the letters again, like somebody said, give notice, but like these letters have been forwarded already. You know, they've been in place already. We've talked to a lot of sellers, you know, and still it doesn't fit. We even threatened to cut off services. Still doesn't work. So like somebody said, you know, like we need to put actions in our words. That's why I said, how far are we willing to go? We're okay, yes, we can enforce it. But is somebody gonna come here and say something differently? If it's your sister or your brother or your child, you know, like, is all I'm saying. And the BCRs will be based upon their activity, you know, like how many times have you been warned? You know, like you still continue doing it. They do it because they think we're not serious. Nobody's been BCR'd, and we're not saying forever. Put conditions on there, you know, like go to treatment, come back in 6 months with a clean drug test. Maybe by then we can have our drug testing in line. Is what I'm saying. Is what we're saying.
Well, our elder said last meeting, you did the crime and you do the time. Because I was there too in the 90s. Now today they get away with everything easy today. Seems like there's no law.
And then when our EPA and SLOs go out, you know, like they're abused. Verbally, violently, even attacked. That's not right. So moving forward, we heard from you, you know, like, we'll start. You've spoken, you know, like, and that's why I was saying to Pam, like, let it be resolved that that decision was made here today. So we're going to proceed.
This is going to be initiated. I think this is sick. There, stop the seller, right? But if the seller still has contacts, they go on there, then how does it go from there? Because it's going to come to the point where they're going to use a child or adolescent teen. They're going to use them. Because the law can't touch you as a neighbor. You know that?
Yeah, we're understanding, but that's where I guess maybe our bylaws, you know, like our laws.
Because they will target or.
But that's already happening here. They're using kids to deliver. I've seen it in my eyes.
What steps do we take after that?
Gotta start somewhere. Might as well start now. Why wait till somebody who loses their lives? Is that the only time anybody's gonna jump? When kids lose their lives, or a human being, anybody, adult loses their life? Is that when people are gonna jump? When somebody passes on? Why do it now? Do it now while it's free. People are here to speak up.
So I don't care start being used. I know it's happening now.
What was happening on that PCR was presented at the school. And I asked that same question there, because we were all ready to sign that form there.
I believe it's happening already for transporting it into the community.
Yeah. But why is only certain people being searched over there too? Like all the chiefs of council should be searched. Not just certain, I know there's not just certain council members, no, like being searched right inside the shack, being patted down. Like all of you should be, that should happen to all of you, not just one or two.
Well, I don't mind, I got nothing to hide.
Yeah.
Just I just clean up our work, so that would be not the
Yeah, we're going to see, whatever she's asking.
The amount that's coming in, since I've been living here for 3 years, right? And the amount coming in, what's the amount? Because it's always changed my bottle. Is it 226s? Is it 260s? And how much do you have to bring in? How many ounces? And what kind?
It's 2 ounces.
Of what?
Receipt.
Just dabs, shatter, just weed.
Weed.
But
From the
THC,
dispensary.
we have got THC is in weed and shatter and gummies.
We
Just
just
I don't
have,
understand what your system here, your drug system and your drugs and your alcohol.
it only says marijuana.
Yeah,
That's what it says,
yeah,
quantities,
yeah.
yeah.
But it's all drugs.
No.
Well,
it
what
just said
happens
there-
with the crack and the coke and the stuff that is coming in and the sniff and the alcohol, it's still transported
Well,
in?
that's illegal. It's supposed to be taken.
Yeah.
It's taken to the RCMP as soon as it sees.
Okay, when they seize it there, are they allowed to dump it in front of you or do they claim it and stash it
The
somewhere?
alcohol is dumped right there and it's being
But they didn't do that for us, no.
Yeah, and
They
then
just
with
took the bottles and they didn't show us and they only showed us 1 bottle and 1 ounce on that paper that they wrote 3 years ago.
and then with the drugs, they're taken to the blood-based RCMP are called in right away and they come and get it.
And who does a legal searching there for these drugs and how do they do it?
It's done by the FNSO over there. They're a
They were
unit.
doing it when we were passing through.
They were searching.
They just took the bottles there, they didn't do a drug search. And they let that other people ahead of us because they were elders.
Everybody's.
Yeah, they let them go in front of us. There's 4 of us on the witness, but they let that people go ahead of us. They didn't search it. They searched ours.
Everybody's supposed to be.
Yeah, they searched it all the same,
Everybody.
not just particular people or whoever's on that ECR list.
They're operating without that list, so everybody's searched.
That's not right.
That's not what we went through.
I heard there's a list.
They're gone. That
You
list was
were
taken.
the only one that gets the.
The list was taken by, we have a different company. The whole company that was there took everything from that check stop, including the list and everything.
Well, somebody told me yesterday that you're the only one that knows, that is contacted from the checkpoint about who's
If
on that
there's
list
no
and
request.
who's getting searched and because you're the portfolio for the.
The only time they will contact me is if there's an illegal seizure. Okay, that's the only time. And if they don't recognize a person, they'll FaceTime me to see if I know who this person is, either myself or Rodney is contacted, just to verify. And that's if our own FNSO is not there. But a lot of times our own is there to verify. I don't have a list. There used to be a list that was dropped off there, apparently. But it's not there anymore. So everybody has to be searched the same.
I know Grace's name has been dropped too, that Grace said, go search this person in particular. And then they did search
did that list of yours.
There
Like,
is
it's on
no
the
list.
wall, it's on the wall, we took a picture of it. It's on the wall in that caboose, whatever they use, that property.
Was
This
it-
is on Friday, this is just Friday, last Friday. We went
Yeah, we
to,
still
four of
didn't
us.
see this. So I'll have to go and check
Yeah,
inside
the upper
there.
one, it's
Yeah.
not this school.
Because I was told that list was taken.
No, it's there.
Yeah.
There's no list here from Barrett's River.
They
Don't
probably
do that.
got
This is
from
They probably
their
took it down right away as soon as we
Not there.
start complaining.
It's
Yeah.
not there.
They probably took it down as soon as we start complaining.
No, it's not there.
Like, we can't tell Blood Bay what to do or whatever.
Yeah. Because it was there, it's not this school.
Okay,
Then it wasn't there the next time.
okay.
So be consistent.
Well, consistency is supposed to be everybody.
Oh, yeah, 3 years of not allowed, it's not consistent since I've been living here.
We only started it.
Yeah.
I know that 3 years.
No, that's, I think you're talking about the one that was outside here.
Yeah, that,
But,
this,
the one that Ludwig now,
yeah,
we just started that, towards the month school. We just joined with them.
I
Yeah.
was there last time. Oh.
Yeah.
We just started.
Can you
that 3
update
months
your
ago.
list then?
Yeah, it's a market.
And the amount,
To be
the
more
proper
clear.
amount of what to bring in?
But anything that's brought through there has to be bought from the dispenser.
Yeah, no, I know that. I know that, but what kind? I'm
We
asking.
had marijuana.
But what she's asking, that is like shatter.
Yeah, shatters THC, it's part of weed. Gummies are part of
You
weed.
can get all that stuff from.
All the stuff that you buy over the counter is part of weed, the
Yeah.
vials.
So it's 1 ounce anyways,
Yeah.
like 2 ounces.
Yeah.
2 ounces, yeah.
So it could be weed and other stuff, that's what I'm asking.
Well, as long as you're within that.
That amount,
Yeah,
okay.
that too, yeah, and it's
It
covered,
must have-
and
it
it's
has to
covered
be
in
sealed
with a
A
receipt.
receipt, yeah.
Yeah.
Even with the booze.
Even with alcohol, they ask you for a receipt. Okay, so we're gonna, moving forward, we're gonna move forward with this. Yeah.
I just want to clarify for Alex. I'm an elder, I get searched every time I go by.
Because your name is on the list. I know, but my name was on the list, but that's just my point, that your name was on the list, that's why.
Yeah.
There's that, there was a couple, I know, but there was a couple people that were in front of us, they didn't get searched, but I got searched, Rodney was there. They were going by that list.
I'm not on that list, but I get searched all the time.
Meanwhile, before I did a search to what my people, I gave them everything, my license plate. So he searched you up and they found some alcohol. He was not in any alcohol in one of my girls. So he went to police, he searched you what my people. I don't know about you.
Yeah, for myself, they searched my stock for the searching is doing all over in the trunk, even open the hood, and in my suitcase, the door, and everywhere's nothing they can look at. So they searched me pretty good to destroy the criminals.
Katie, I was going to say, Katie, that I asked them to search me. I shouldn't be an exception, just because I'm sitting on council. They know I sit on council, but I insist that I be searched every time I come.
So, in terms of drug stop and drug problem, so I think that we can go ahead to start getting say strict with our own membership to DCR the law of bearings. With, I guess, for example, maybe BCR them for 6 months, and if they're clean by then they're allowed back, or what is that the type of steps that we're going to take in that way, or is it going to be BCRing out a certain amount of time, or a year, 2 years, 4 years, or whatever? I guess we need a little bit more feedback in that area. What your thoughts are on that, because I know we all do make mistakes and we learn from them, you know, we learn from them, and from there we do good after that, some of us, you know. Just need a little bit more feedback and more clarity on that before we start on this. I have no problem with that. We need to take backup steps for that, so that we know and get feedback on those on the individuals that we BCR. Maybe, I don't know, like I said earlier, BCR for 6 months, you know, and then maybe it can be condition, you know. Something like that, or if you can get some feedback or thoughts from them.
Is there any questions? I know we're live, somebody said, is there any questions from there or no? Who's handling that? We'll move on to.
I have a question.
Yeah. I see you and then I see you.
Can I just add some insight from other communities I've worked throughout the north in different communities who have BCR people in the past. They do a staggered system of, like you said, 6 months at first, because people do make mistakes. So in that sense, you give them the notice, the first letter, like your steps that you said, and if they haven't followed that, then you give them the BCR notice for 6 months. They come back, make arrangements with you to come back, and if they breach that again, then you start looking at stiffer penalties, like, okay, now you're out, I gave you your chance. Then you extend the time of the BCR. Like that's worked in other communities. Just a little insight there from the other communities I've worked in. So.
Okay. Thank you, Gerald.
Yeah. A couple of days ago, we know them at the federal level that there is less and less younger generation interested in politics. And we can't lose that here. If there's no action, not just from the leadership, but from all your parents, if there's no action, they educate the young people, including my oldest one. She bought it, okay, bought it, and each night giga no nani was this. But you saw. Okay, to done it the way. Kaya tawa get venga ito ma. Kaos niyo bakit na asini. Anis na kaon anis ko yan kaya. Chito tawag no tamis natin Roma or anywhere. But getting back to my point, maybe involve the youth more to get involved in leadership skill. Because once that learning is gone from at your level where you're at now, who's going to take over? Who's going to take over this land? Maybe have a youth leadership skill involvement. Ngano na kung this at home about our land. I tell them it's yours. Don't ruin it. Take care of it. I educate them almost every day, to be honest. To get off track and to get caught up in things that are illegal. We have to involve this youth. Sometimes, you know, sorry to say, but I'm tired of looking at them wandering around, wondering what to do. Yes, there's sports, But you know that conference we had just outside Saltburg, you know my boy, he was proud to put up a TV. I met him. I didn't see anything wrong with it because it's his heritage. I took a couple of pictures just to keep them with me. But we need to involve the kids more in leadership skills. Educate them what's theirs. Mire.
Wait, Joe?
I have a question, it's a good plan, what the community wants to stop the use of drugs and alcohol in our community. But what do you have in place for our addicts? You have to deal with one to understand what I'm talking about. What do you have for them? What are they going to turn next if they can't have their fix? Have you considered that? That is a priority because this is our membership we're talking about here. And most of them are our crucial. They have to be looked after too because that's an illness that they have with their addiction. And the sellers are the ones that are getting rich off of them. So what about them? What plan do you have for them? That's got to be considered. Ikanda na ko say kiti magina ako awe hewan ya kai be bishishi ko agena na kami ko when panik ko ko kiwi chika ko ita ko yan di bad no tan biya wat the wichi ko ya ko the papit tamang ko o kashi ko be mo sta chike ana ni ko na touch then ko ta le ke yun to stay ki ma Sini mina kan mama yupi yang kaki shisha wak ni kuri. Ni nam ti maga dia siko kaki siko tani kaki tamau yang wonen kaksteni mone ayam mam bimal sini na. What are you going to do about the addicts? You need to have something in place that will fall back off. Right on.
Yeah, I totally agree. We'll have that noted, and that's true. Addictions really, what it does to a good person. I know there's a lot of people that have the addictions, but at the same time, they're really good people. And they do need help and that extra support to help them, to help them heal. So we'll brainstorm with my colleagues here in the health center on a level to see if we can find something in that area to do for that.
Can I just say something here? We spoke with a lot of youth, and this is what they came up with. Get a vendor at the dispensary, is what they're saying. Alcohol, I heard a bottle is $250 today.
A 500 ml bottle.
Yeah, so 26, right?
A water bottle, 500 ml. It's $200 now. That's what they do, but that's how they bring it in.
You have a jacket?
It looks like it's bottled water, but they use another kind of alcohol.
So I just want to share with you what our older, like our younger youth are saying. And you tell us we need to listen to our youth, right? I just want to share that with you.
There's a lot of programs that are here to help these
committee, yan na yung pool. So, what are they preventing in a reserve? How get po niyo ako dati?
There's also a lot of money being put towards land, like the land.
And we speak up on addiction. I was an alcoholic 15 years ago. I couldn't control my alcohol. I wanted to, and every time I tried, I couldn't sleep. 3-4 nights I couldn't sleep. I had to go back to alcohol. I'll tell someone intervention came upon my life. 15 years ago in a couple of months since I changed my life. It's that individual that I want to change. You can't push that on the child. We need to be away if he wants a change. It's his choice. And you can help him guide it there. And when I say guide, give influence. Be patient with them. And say a prayer for them that God will intervene for them. I needed a change in my life to better my family. I was addicted to alcohol. I was an alcoholic and I seen me how I was. Now I came to be. But I thank God today that He changed my life. You're just getting this is what I like to see, a change in our community. And it's up to that individual that is addicted that needs to be changed. If he wants a change, he will make a stand and make a change in his life. We have to be patient with them. Again, I have to be patient with them. Because the way this chegate with this year with the and you should to wait 6 months, and if they go there 6 months, BCR, are you going to put a probation? And they come back or just straight out?
They have to lay that out and
The
see,
only way to get the
yeah,
law.
is it going to be a drug test required, not just a sample that goes only back a month. You have to do the hair sampling, because that goes back a year or more. You know, because a person can come and abstain for a month and say, oh, I'm clean, and do that sample, that urine sample. Yeah, so those are the things we need to lay out, and how long.
Person that doesn't do the drugs, that sells, are they going to require the same instructions that we can lay out and let's find out for them to be in a house?
How you track it, how you accept it, we
That's the same thing like
testing doesn't show anything because the seller is selling the product, not doing the product.
There are some that are not doing it. So there'll have to be more conditions laid out upon their return. Monitor if they're not users, they're sellers.
When you have this BCR, right, and you send out somebody that's lived here all their life with no money, no job, how are they going to survive in Winnipeg? Where are they going to go? Where are they going to live?
They made that choice.
Yeah, that's why I'm just asking that question.
Well, but they have made a lot of money already selling.
And then also they're going to hook up with other people in Winnipeg, like more drug dealers, more gang members that are going to see that they're vulnerable and they're going to use them or sell them or whatever.
Isn't that a choice? You
Yeah.
know, you talk to them and you say, okay,
So
these are the possibilities
Yeah, that's what
that
you're
you
right.
might go through in it, like.
So they need guidance from
Yeah,
somebody, eh?
yeah.
And you guys are the ones that offer that guidance because you're the leadership, eh? You're the leadership that should offer
Talk to
that.
them,
Yeah.
like we talk to the sellers, we go talk to the buyers, and tell them, like you shouldn't be doing this.
Even marijuana is a drug, eh? Like, because people I know that smoke weed and then they run out and they get angry, eh? And then they start looking for another $60 or whatever to buy another gram or whatever. It's still a drug, eh? It's still a drug, and it's really. Some people think it's not a drug, but it is. Just like cigarettes, eh? If you run out of cigarettes, what happens to you? You get grouchy, eh? Imagine weed and that, eh?
Yeah. Weed is legal. Yeah.
But resale of weed is not legal. You can go and buy it from the dispensary, but that's not mean you should
They
buy
got
it.
big version of this, 180% alcohol.
Yeah, that's not legal.
What about, has anybody ever thought of restorative justice?
That's a good one for something.
Has anybody ever thought of that? Instead of, has anybody ever thought of?
Joe, can I answer that?
Yes, I am correct. And another thing too, my last thing I want to say, why hasn't any of these people been told that they must attend a band meeting? Why hasn't any drug dealer been told to attend here and to sit in the front of everyone? That's a part of that.
We can do that moving forward.
Restorative justice would be, in a way, showing them, that we care,
Yeah.
but up to a certain level.
The two things that I brought up is leadership. We hold portfolios in every area, but there's two main things that I brought up that needs to be added and be brought into our community. There was two that I mentioned that's lacking. Is economic development should go be restorative justice. The way that will work, in my view, is having something like that in our community be designed to accommodate our community, but it will take community resources, the programs themselves, but at the same time, we got to bring in spirituality. That's the only way it's going to work. We cannot have conflicts at that level and spirituality level. Because you went a lot more back in 15 years. I should need more 13, going on 14 years maybe. And a lot of people tried helping me. I didn't either. But at the end of the day, was that I had to make that choice myself, that I wanted to quit drinking. Even though a week ago out, and the elders, my mom, my uncles, communicate, they kept on pressing that. But at the end of the day, I tried Elvis on my own. But when I did finally make that choice, it was me that had to make that choice. nobody else. And I want to go back to what Jimmy said. I want them to say no without having a safety net. If you want to quit drugs, if you want to tackle your addictions, your alcoholism, and what we need, I thought that I didn't smoke cigarettes, I never did drugs, never smoked drugs. My problem was me and alcohol. But it was the safety net of my faith that I found. The day I quit drinking was the day I found God. But at the same time, we grace me that some of them are here, that I looked up to. These are the ones I reached out to. Edwin was one of them. My cousins, Howard, you get another dinner with God, my uncles, those were my safety nets. AA program was my safety net. The day I quit drinking, the day I found God, 2 months straight, banana, to tell you this, I followed the church every night, went to AA meetings every night for 3 straight months. I did not miss a day. But those were my safety nets. Go back to what Jim said, under the system, if you take somebody out for treatment, they need to come back to something. They need to come back to a safety net in our community. They need to come back to whatever's here. The churches, the pastors, if they want to talk, if they're a cultural person, whatever works for that person. Whatever works for that person. Nobody gets here, but they have men's groups here. I'm not sure if they started AA. And I knew Myra was starting something in helping families and individuals. For too many years, they did that program. It's been called the Spin Dry program, where they go out and dry out for what, a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year. But then what happens when they come back here? There's nothing. Those safety nets are really important. But it's, at the end of the day, it's that individual to be able to use those safety nets and go after them. We our workers we have a lot of clients, but our topic here is VCRing people that are selling. That are selling. They're not just selling for themselves, they're selling for somebody more powerful than them, who have the money, who have the guns, who have the means. They themselves are in danger. We cannot forget that. But these individuals are selling, we're also putting them at risk because they may owe money. And I'm going to say this, David, that they need as leaders, and I experienced this in Salt Lake, Manitoba. But I mentioned this to a couple of my colleagues. They need now as leaders. We're at risk. If we I did not know in Salt Lake Walmart coming back from Winnipeg. And I did mention this. They followed me. They said, "Are you Steve Barons?" I did not know who they were. They looked Métis. And they were following me around. They knew my name. And that's when my spider senses came up. Living in Winnipeg, being around the streets. Because I came down, I was being targeted. I did not know these two individuals. And when I asked them, why are you from one of the communities? Do I know your parents? They did not say nothing. First thing I did, when I felt the threat, I went to the tools section. We put me to a hammer, went to the sports section.
put in the back in my car. And I wasn't meaning to buy them. Every weekend I'm on my instincts tell me maybe I need to protect myself here because I did not know who was going to end the day knew me. Because Salt Creek now has gangsters. They have the Hells Angels there. And these are the ones that are selling the product here. That's how close it is. 2.5 hours away. You know, those are the ones that are selling narcotics in the community, are the ones from Salt Creek. So, anyway, this, like, we're also at risk in the community because they know our names. They know us. So anyways, I just want to share that.
Georgina, wanting to say something?
When I was looking at the text stuff, there was a couple of calls and documents coming in and out of the text stuff, and we were searching the people and stuff with it. And we kind of calling them jobs. I just, I just wanted to say that because a lot of people have a lot of problems with that stuff because of the alcohol and drugs they're bringing in. And there's lots of like, people coming in and out of the sex stuff and I'm working over there because it's one with voice. And I was given a couple times, but they didn't make them rest, but they wouldn't turn around, back off, or they would turn around and go off. But I was wondering how come the truck stops off while this was like happening for 6 months? Are you going to truck stop? Like, why are people complaining when like other people are bringing drugs in? Like I see my young ones smoking pot and drinking, but I don't like that. I kind of quit drinking too, but I don't have smoking problems, so I don't smoke. And I just have a little thing there that that's really bothering me. It's against this stuff with my children. Yeah, like, I've been having all these weird thoughts about things. Like we had to fill out 12 bottles at that time. We had to fill out wrapped up 18 bags of cocaine and cocaine and rock. That was the number one. Those even know that she was there when I was working with her. But I know these people from our room, the ones that got problems there. And that was not bad, but I still remember that time.
When we're talking about this VCR, if we live here in Kilman, and if these people are, they're not all young people. We know both the 70-year-olds that are doing this stuff. These are the ones that are crossing the lake, and they're the ones that are training up this next generation. So these are the people that you need to say, get out of here. You're 70 years old, you should know better. Like, you should be able to make a life, to live off your pension. So they're not contributing as a wise elder in our community. Like, they're engaging our youth in drugs, alcohol, prostitution. That's how they're making their living. So I don't see, it's not just young people. Yeah. Exactly. And regarding Steve Kaipituin, that you become a target, that's well known in a political field to become a target. But me, as a community member that's contributing to my community, here, I live here, I raise my children here, and to lay in bed at 3:45 in the morning and have my house shot at 35 times while my grandchildren lay asleep. Like, something's wrong.
Mẹ quay Mene can't wait to make 11-year-old you got to especially what there were 11-year-olds that were getting drunk. So going to water bottle, in a water bottle, pouring every you to what alcohol. Is that what you want? So I guess it's better than to not doing this way. It's not good to see a 11-year-old drunk.
We're good with this then? For now? The VCR that I noticed is to give to the community members and all in general, community members and staff members. And if they don't comply, then they'll be told there's no choice but to use the VCR.
What about non-members that come here?
Non-members,
They reside in somebody else's homes.
non-band members, we started VCR now.
Are they allowed to come back whose PCR from other places?
With our, it just says,
In that list, there's about 8 of them that are not on the reserve. I think there's only 3 of them from our reserve.
the ones that are not from here, that have nothing to do with us, you know, like, they
But
should
the
be
PCR, these people that weren't from here,
the chief of council.
you guys.
Yeah, we did.
But are they allowed to come back after that 6 months? Or are they forever PCR?
Yeah,
Forever,
they're not-
okay.
They're not from here.
But our community members
It's
are
different.
allowed?
It's,
So
it'll be
how about-
different, yeah, there'll be conditions.
Oh, okay, I understand that.
Non-members are, they're gone.
What about the ones that left like long ago, like they VCR'd my cousin from here? And yet his mine is from here, and just, he said that he wasn't from here, Rodney. We did that with Kevin Hudson. Because he said that there was a letter written up for him, and yet he was from here. Everybody was married.
Because he was continuing, even though we talked to him, we told him what's gonna happen, he still continued. And then that big chase thing, you know, that's a crime. He endangered people.
And just to open my mouth on that part, he was caught with product. That's why we got rid of him. So once you're caught, that's it.
He told us that he wasn't from there, he's like, it's like he was from there.
No, his brother's not from here.
Well, what do you mean they're not from there? We are from there. Obviously, wasn't any children cousins, they are from there. And you are not from here, is what
With the checkpoint, are they showing like Indian status cards and stuff like that?
That's the new one there. We said, effective immediately, you are to show your green card because a lot of.
And with children too? Is it
it's mandatory now, you have to show your status card because a lot of people are showing their driver's license and saying that they're from here. We've issued over 500 PD cards already.
Well, there's no excuse, there's a clerk here, they have to go get it, so.
And then if you live here, we're getting a letter in place too, where the long-time residents that were here already that are non-members, like, we're identifying them, you know, like. Because we do have long-time non-members that are married here or that have been here forever.
But is there like a certain year where you have to be, like 5 years and stuff like that? No?
No, I think we just identify the ones that have been here for a long time, like 10, 15, 20 years.
There is also a trespassers bylaw that Chief Hartley signed and Steve in 2019.
Can we have a 2-minute break? Smoke break.
After the break, this will ask Greg McIver to present and give us an update on the claims. Anyway.
That's my own property.
If you have questions, we'll be talking, so let me know.
I think, your touchdown, we'll be in there with a long story. Like, we're still in the process of moving some fruit, but we already used to sell it. Yeah, so it's growing pains, right? So once we're fully up, I'll let people know. But if you guys have any issues, let us know. I just need a mild hurdle
I'm gonna take that place.
Because like I'm still struggling, I can admit that I struggle, but I definitely have a job. Manager. January or February or something, but I want to get
That's kind of
because like for no, like I've been trying, like I for ever since I turned 18, that's when it started. Like over 10 years already, and I'm tired of like but like having like activities and like I don't know, there's nothing to do. That's why I just keep working for free. But I exhaust myself. Myself, and then I fall and I didn't have better when I was coming to stuff, but I'm taking that support. No, it's the betterment of myself that you have more yeah, I just don't know how to go about it because I was working on my job. That's what thanks for checking.
Okay, we'll start in three minutes. And also, for those of you who haven't signed in, please do sign in so we know who was all here in the meeting so that it can help and support the decisions that were made here by the members. Thank you.
Did you see the Abhinav campaign outside? That rec van that's cooking. If you want something from there, we'll circulate this paper, put your name, and I think they have burgers, fries, onion rings, and chicken fingers. Put your name and what you want to order. And it's free. Put your name and what you want.
So my question is, in regards to the VCR,
Yeah.
I wanted to know about the people that are off the reserve, how does that impact them? That don't live in our reserve, but they live on the, like the townside area, town area? How does that impact with the VCR?
I don't think we can do that.
So that's my question, like,
I don't think
or
we
something
can.
like that?
I think it has to come from,
That's a question that the mayor and council can ask, but prior, I can't remember what month it was, they engaged us, and they are on board to support the stuff that's going on with this.
But it would be nice to have the mayor and council to show that they are in support of that,
Yeah.
not just by word. You know, like.
In writing?
I just told Blakey outside that this drug issue that we're doing, it needs a full, long meeting to put the pros and cons, the resources that are needed to get this properly. That's not happening. There was supposed to be a follow-up meeting to an emergency meeting that was called, that can be planned tonight. And that can be put into the council.
One last question in regards to the allowance when you come to that point. Is it per vehicle or per person? Per vehicle.
okay, so that paper is circulating, please ask them to start looking in Facebook.
Another question I have is about legal ammunition like firearms. I need to know to make you since my daughter's house was shot at. Was there anything done about that? There's lots of guns that have gone missing, like Norman McKay lost guns, John Ross, and I don't know who else. Were those guns ever found?
That's under the RCMP.
Anish kita gagay chumawa, kinuha niya siya, unikani. Uni namin kayo po information, yung minikusinani. The law is everybody's supposed to register their guns.
Yep.
Are we good to move on to the next item?
We'll ask for an update.
Okay, so last, Greg McIver to start as
All right, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update on legal and other activities that Bears River is being pursuing in terms of addressing some outstanding issues, especially related to Lake Winnipeg regulation. Maybe I'll just start with Lake Winnipeg regulation. The license is expired. They're going to be coming back to Bears River for consultation, discussions to extend that license. They need to get a license permit to operate Lake Winnipeg. So, when Chief Council filed their statement of claim on June 17th, what that did was it triggered a lot of other items that they've been working on trying to advance. And I'm just going to cover off some of what your lawyers are working on behalf of Bears River. So once you file the statement of claim on June 17th, they filed it against Manitoba Hydro, Manitoba, and Canada. And so far we've heard back, we met with them on August 25th, the law firm, and we've heard back that Manitoba Hydro are doing a joint defense filing. So they wanted to get an extension from Bears River to at least January 16th of 2026. They needed more time, they said, because what Bears River has put forward is a request for justification and operation, management, administration of Lake Winnipeg. So it goes back 60 years. They're working together to prepare their statement of defense. Canada is also looking at filing their statement of claim for defense of Lake. But it's going to take them time as well, because I think a lot of the discussion here involves a lot of the programs and services that Bears River is entitled to and should receive. So there's a number of departments that they got to bring into this process. One of the councillors mentioned lands. There's other areas. When you get prevention funding for health, education, all those things become part of this process. So a number of the files that are involved in this whole thing is quite significant. But Chief and Council have been working on these for the last couple of years, preparing for the filing of the statement of claim, because they were noticing the impacts, for example, from the 2011 flood. And then when they started looking at building the Lake Manitoba, Lake St. Martin outlet channel, how is that going to affect Bears River? So we've done some work with the fishermen, farmers, community members to gather more information. We still need to get more, because there's a lot of different things happening in our environment, in our lands, our community, in our traditional territories. So a lot of this work is going to be ongoing. And one of the things that the Chief and Council have initiated is a health project. And they've hired Dr. Derek Cornelson. And what he's going to be doing is working with the community to gather the cumulative impacts on the health of Bears River abandonment over the last number of years, the historical, present, and going forward. Some of the concerns, like with water quality, all of those things, how that has affected people in Bears River and in the community and around the community as well. So those are things that we're doing to assist with preparing the community for the process with the governments and the Manitoba Hydro to hold to account for what has happened over the last 50, 60 years. So there's a number of suggestions and recommendations that they have as they move forward. And I think you've heard some of the projects that Chief and Council are working on. So there may be some opportunity there for Chief and Council to look at these things from the process where
they could sit down and discuss with governments how to move these a little quicker. So there's opportunities there as well, not just all the work that needs to be done. But these are things that I think through this process and what Cuban Council are doing with your community meetings is to continue to provide updates on all those things, which is good so the community is aware of what's going on. And how do you deal with some of the issues that you've been talking about? There may be some opportunities to look at those as well. So knowing that there's a license required for next year, what the lawyers, First People's Law is recommending or suggesting is that you consider using this claim as a way to leverage, to advance very different priorities related to Lakeland. To get direct involvement in decision making for applications affecting the lake, involvement in environmental monitoring, restoration planning, increasing economic opportunities for Barron River, including through employment for members. And we're seeing some of that coming to the Chief of Council from Hydro with opportunities for employment. We've shared that with your local human resource development officer here in the community, plus for those students and veterans who attend university and colleges and high schools off the reserve. So we're sharing that with your local human resource personnel that are into the employment, training, and education, so that if there's any band members interested in pursuing any of those opportunities that are available. The other thing that we're working on with this process is the fishing reserve. It includes not only just the fish and fishing, harvesting, but also from the signing of treaty back in 1875. What we've heard through this process and working with the Channel Project and the lawyers is that it's been handed down from fisherman to fisherman, from their grandfathers to their fathers, all the way through for the last 150 years. So we know it's there, we've got the documents. The law firm is looking at gathering more information, more of the history, and they'll be coming back and talking to the elders, the fishermen, just to make sure everything is lined up and they can advance that thing. And they'll be working through Chief and Council to update them regularly and work with them to bring these types of meetings together in the community. So that's the fishing reserve. We're also looking at the tax exemption. A couple of the options or opportunities, I guess, is to look at individual tax exemption status for fishermen. The law firm will work with individuals to do that. They're looking for direction from Chief and Council on maybe pursuing a comprehensive tax exemption for the fishing area and the fishermen of Barons River. That was something that was done up in Norrie House, in their fishing zone. So all of those fishermen up there are tax exempt. So there's an opportunity there to look at a couple of different ways of achieving that. And First People's Law will be working with Chief and Council to look at those options and get further guidance on which method they would like to pursue. And I think that's the statement of claim may or will provide some leverage to do those types of things, which is good. Lake Manitoba, Lake St. Martin Outlet Channel, through Chief and Council, they were able to call out the federal and provincial governments on that project because they weren't considering the impacts to Barons River, not just the fishermen and the trappers, but to the community as well. So in February of 2024, Barons River's participation caused that process to be stopped, and they had to make their recommendation, and they did include impacts to indigenous peoples on the lake, around the lake, the fishermen. They have to acknowledge that. You know, and shortly after that, in April of 2024, the Premier Wapiti then asked to pause this process because they needed to meet the minimum requirements under Section 35. So, you know, we've gotten some indication from them that they want to meet with your Chief of Council to discuss this channel project again. But I think more importantly, one of the things that Barons River needs to consider before they go into this process again, and I think that's the recommendations and advice they'll be getting, is when we stopped this, when Barons River stopped this last year, it was because they were left out of a process, a deal that was made with other First Nations on the west side of the lake. Barons River wasn't included. So we insisted that Barons River's concerns be part of that process and that they be included in any remedies or any agreements, and that's how that process was stopped. We do know that that same group of First Nations on that west side are doing the same thing. So we're going to ask for clarification. We're going to ask for that information on whatever arrangements they've made with those folks on the west side, because Barons River needs to be aware of what is contained in that arrangement, because Barons River hasn't been included, and they need to be at the table. So those are the processes that we'll be getting involved in again to get that accountability and transparency from the province and from the federal government, and also from Manitoba Hydro, because they're part of that process. There was a concern that was brought up by one of the councillors regarding Frontier School Division. After it was taken over by in 1968, I think it was, from the church to Frontier, there were some concerns. The lawyers going to work with the councillor that brought this issue up. Maybe just a little side note to that. For those folks that attended the Frontier School Division in Cranberry, I understand that collegiate in Cranberry has been included in the day school process. So anybody that attended that, I think, there's applications that you can file for compensation or things as a student at that facility. And I know there was a number of people from Barons River over the years that went there. My brother went to the school with George Denver and people from Poplar River as well. So, that is there. I think, I don't know if anybody's gotten that information, but that's my brother told me yesterday that he's making his claim. Under the specific claims program that Barons River has filed claims, the agricultural benefits, or thousand dollars as they call it, back in January of this year, Chief Council filed a letter and a VCR to fast track that process. Once that they've accepted that notice and that VCR, so they will be contacting Chief Council. To say yes, we're prepared to meet with you. We've done our research on the federal side. We want to sit down with you. There's a process for that, and they'll make an offer. The council will review that. If it's reasonable or acceptable, they'll bring that back to the community for approval and ratification. That's part of that process. And once if that is accepted or not accepted, they go back to the federal government saying if it's accepted or it's not accepted. If it's accepted, then they got to come back and say, okay, this is how the community wants to disperse these proceeds from this thing. So there's still a little bit of work to do on that, and it may take a few more months or another year or so to do that, but they did accelerate Treaty 4, 5, and 6 in Manitoba. So that's the process that they presented to Chief of Council, and they paid their application. The Treaty 5 annuities has been filed with the specific claims branch. It's been accepted for consideration. It meets their minimum standards, so there's another process that will start moving. We're already doing research locally, plus the law firms are doing, first we were doing the research and pulling all the information together. And there's, I think a template that they use because they've been involved in other communities, annuities, so, and there's been other settlements of annuities over Treaty 8 and Treaty 7, and so there's a process that very little will be involved in that. That includes community participation again. There's other claims like reserved land, disparity claim. That's been confirmed the claim meets the minimum standards of the specific claims department. And we're looking at probably hearing back from them around May next year, May 2026. And also the Natural Resource Transfer Act, taking of harvesting rights claim. That's met the minimum standard as well. So we should be hearing back on that probably by June of next year. So what the law firm has suggested for chief of council to consider, based on your local projects, you've heard about the arena and a number of other projects. So these things are there's an opportunity there, because of your claims, your statement of claim, specifically where Barron River could entertain a process to sit at a table and look at your priorities and work with the province, work with the federal government, work with the Ohio to advance those. And that would be up to the council to make that decision if they want to pursue that. And I think there is a willingness to do that. Because we've had, some positive meetings. The minister responsible for hydro was here in Barron River on August 12th. And, chief of council talked to the minister about a specific project, like a local solar project, a alternative energy project. So, they're open to that, and we're having follow-up meetings, follow-up meeting with Manitoba Hydro on Monday next week to talk about getting that commitment for your local project. And from there, we bring all that back to get input on what type of energy capacity are you looking at. Is it wind, is it solar, is it hybrid? And chief and council are pushing for a 5 megawatt capacity so that the community could generate some revenue by selling surplus electricity back to Ohio at fair market value. That would allow for some long-term revenue streams. With the contract, the term will be about 25, 30 years. So it will allow you to look further down the road in terms of what you need to invest for whether it's youth or housing or other infrastructure, those types of things. So there's some opportunity there. One of the other items that Barron Cooper will be looking at, Chief and Council will be looking at over the next 3 months or so is how do we, what are the priorities, what are the options that are available to us, and we're working on an outline right now to assist with that process. I know we've had meetings with fishermen. We've had meetings with folks in the community on trapping and hunting. So we'll be doing those again and allowing for participation from band members that are involved in those areas. So if we've been fishing, then it makes sense to talk to the fishermen to find out what it is they want, what they need, and what are their concerns. All of those things become part of the process. The other question the Manitoba Hydro and Canada, Manitoba have asked is what are some of the concerns that Barons River is wanting to address. So typically you go to the courts and you get all of their documents, and that's what the law firm is recommending, is that you get these governments and Manitoba Hydro to disclose all of those technical reports, operating systems, numbers, the lake levels, and everything else. Because those processes, like if you think about it, if you look at all the flooding that's happened in this on Lake Winnipeg and how it's affected your community, like 2011, 2014, 2022, just to name a few events. I'm sure the community members can, say, well, I remember that, and I couldn't get into my home because the road was flooded, or a lot of those things become part of that information and evidence gathering, and we've done a fair bit of that. So, with all those things are also looking at the right of way and road allowance. How did that come into play in Barons? You're doing road upgrades and everything else, and it extends all the way to the airport, and it goes through the reserve. So, what was the process to clear that road allowance? Because they have an allowance from the side of the road into the ditch and on the other side. 50 meters, 100 meters, and what gave them that right to do that? There's a couple other things that we're looking at as well. The hydro infrastructure, those types of things. Is there something in place that allowed them to do that? What was the process? And it goes back a number of years, because way back then, in the 60s, late 60s, there was a diesel generator right around where the RCT buildings are now. So there was a connectivity point there. But in Barons River, you have a north grid and a south grid on either side of the river. So we want to look into those things, and how do we make sure that these power outages that Barons River has been experiencing the last number of years, how do we minimize that? And that was one of the things that the Chief and Council want to look at, was their own energy capacity, so that they didn't have to wait for hydro to come in to turn their power back on. That they had a reliable system ready in the community. So those are some of the projects, and part of your legal claim, working with your legal claim to use that as a hammer, as leverage to advance those types of things. And a lot of the work that Chief and Council are doing, and we're preparing, other projects that they may not have mentioned, that have asked us to look into. But one of them is the food sovereignty project, where you have your own vertical greenhouses, your own gardening, produce your own food locally, like we did back in the day. Looking at eggs and chicken ranch, turkey ranch, whatever. All of those different things, so that the community can feed itself. And my colleague Michelle has been working since Chief and Council gave us that direction in August. We looked at a number of different options. What are the regulatory requirements? Do we have to look at a quota system, or can we look at just a co-op system? Because under provincial legislation and law, if you wanted to raise your own chickens or have your own eggs, each household is entitled to up to 299 chickens that are not regulated by the laws. You can have them in your backyard, you can take eggs from there, or you can cook chicken every day, that type of thing. So we're looking at a process where we can do that in the community as a collective, and build the greenhouses and the vertical gardens, so that your elders care, or your health center, or your school have access to healthy foods that are grown locally. And other communities are doing that, and we're working with them to gather that information to look at the best practices for Bears River, the most cost-effective, the most, well, unregulated, so you don't have to waiting for somebody to come and tell you that that wall has to be white. You come back, they say, well, it's not the right weight. You know, that's just regulation, that's what we're used to, right? That's persuasion. There's all kinds of regulations that tell us we can do this, and then they turn around and say we can't. So we're looking at all those options, we're looking at different ways, and this is all part of your legal process. You know, because they're quite concerned that Bears River has filed a statement of claim. You know, and it's actually it's a pretty solid thing. Because, you know, First People Law, you know, they've worked right across the country. They've been very successful at these types of things. On the East Coast, the West Coast, across the prairies, and in the north, Northwest Territories, and other places. So you have a good law firm working on your behalf. And, you know, these are the things that, you know, they're suggesting that there's opportunity there to Cuban Council to move a lot of their priorities through a negotiating process, if that's what they want to do. Or through the court system, you know, and then force these guys to bring all that material that they have in their departments. So it's just going to take some time, and it's going to cost a few dollars, but, you know, there's opportunities for, you know, Chief of Council to request those resources, financial resources from Hydro and the province and the federal government to set those tables up to deal with all of these issues that are being put forward by Bears River. So I think that's about it. And I guess one of the decisions the Chief Council will have to make right away is that Manitoba and Manitoba Hydro have asked for an extension to January 2026, January 16th. They're asking Bears River to allow them to have that extension. And the Legal Council has recommended that they allow them to do that. Because it's their court system, the chances are if you don't allow them, they're going to have to extend anyway. Just the way their system works. Yeah.
I know you're talking about plans and processes and a wish list, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But is there anything close to being a victory? Like, is there something that we can look forward to and say that we're on the winning side? Because when we were at that summit, they said time is not on our side. So is there anything that you can tell us, anybody can tell us that's going to be materialized, that's going to become real?
Well, with the next week, Monday, we're Chief Council meeting with Manitoba Hydro. You know, in our previous meeting on May 8th, when we met with Manitoba Hydro, and Chief Council introduced the local energy project. You know, there was one of the folks from Hydro Mount, well, I will give you 2 megawatts. But the meeting on Monday, you know, I recommend the Chief of Council push for the 5 megawatts. So on Monday, we'll have either between 2 and 5 capacity. So it'll be a project, you'll have your own energy system. Hopefully we'll get that confirmed, because our Chief of Council are asking for a letter of commitment to a capacity, whether it's 2 or whether it's 5. You know, we're going to push for 5. That's what your statement of claim gives you, is that leverage to ask for 5 and not settle for 2.
Mentioned earlier, we're currently at 1.5 basically.
Yeah.
But if we settle at that, what happens down the road when we grow? Well, that's why we're looking at 5. We want 5 because we see over what comes down the road, the capacity is there.
Obviously, it's going to grow, right?
Yeah, so that's why we're seeking the 5 and want to commit on that.
Yeah. So we've got all that process in the system. Bears River's in the queue for grants and contributions, and there's financing available for that once we get the commitment and we can start that process. You know, and you do have some band members that are interested in working in that area. You have some students that are taking, you know, civil engineering technology, for example, at Red River, that will be graduating next year and maybe have graduated already. Those are the kinds of folks that we want to include in this process so they understand it and they can manage and operate that system. So that people can stay home and earn a good paycheck and give you back.
So you're gonna have a meeting with Mountain Hydro on Monday. You're gonna sign that letter or whatever that states that, yeah, you're gonna go ahead with the 5 megawatt. Is that like, is that it? Is that your way of saying, okay, yeah?
Well, that's just one of the projects, yeah.
But there's gonna be more to it, not, like, that's, like, when you sign this, you're not gonna say, okay, that's it, we're not going back and ask for more?
No. That's what the lawyers say, and you know, the law firm is recommending that, you know, if there's an opportunity for the Chief of Council to negotiate priorities on behalf of Arizona, it won't affect your statement. It's just a priority. You have a number of projects. How do we move that forward so that those priorities can be fast-tracked and, you know, put in the ballot here?
Are you gonna be at the meeting too?
Yes, I'll be at the Chief of Council. You know, the other project the Chief of Council are participating in is the 90 to 200 megawatt indigenous set-aside that Manitoba Hydro has announced in the spring. So we're working with you know, securing a developer that can, because they put in some criteria. You know, any developer that works in Terran River to bid on 90 to 200 megawatt has to have at least 2 90 megawatt facilities that are up and running in Canada. Plus they have to put up evidence through their audited statements that they have $60 million in the bank. You know, but you know, when Bear River is successful in securing, you know, and filing an RFP, they get an allocation, whether it's 90 or whether it's 200 megawatt. You know, there's grants and contributions available to the province and the federal government for that project, for that specific project. Plus they've offered a $100 million loan guarantee, low interest loan guarantee to the successful applicants to that project. So at the end of the day, you know, Bears River will be looking at financing about 180 to $200 million for that 90 to 200 megawatt project. But it'll give you, you know, another revenue stream for at least 25 to 30 years. I think it's a 30-year contract if you're successful. So we're just, they changed the rules halfway through the game, so we're coming back out trying to get all those things lined up again.
Just don't agree to a dam.
No, there's no dam in this.
Yeah.
No, there's no. You know, but, you know, we're looking at, you know, we're looking at different options for Chief and Council, because I know some band members have mentioned, you know, why don't we do run of the river? Not a dam, but there is technology available where you can, because of natural flow of the river, those turbines would be spinning all the time that would generate energy, just like the sun or just like when the wind blows, right? You have wind. So there's a location that we're looking at in BC where, you know, we're going to be talking to the Chief of Council about visiting that, because they have those 3 local energy facilities in place. You know, and
With the turbine?
wind turbines,
The solar cell?
solar,
Yeah.
and they also have these small run-of-the-river turbines.
You got turbines.
Yeah.
We have what? Rockets?
Exactly, yeah. So, you know, they were interested in that, so we want to get them to have a look at that, so we can bring that back to the committee. But those are all part of the legal things that you guys are looking at and involved in, specific things. That's the update on that. And you know, I think there's some opportunities there as well for, Cuban Council to, advance some of their projects and infrastructure and other things, get those things addressed. So that's my update.
Is there anything for the fishermen that, about taxes,
That's what we're going to be looking at. There's, once we we're preparing an outline, a strategy for Cuban Council for their review and consideration on dealing with the tax exemptions, dealing with the fishermen specifically, dragging in freshwater and problems on the licensing and the permitting and all of those things, so that the fishermen can deal directly with those types of processes, their concerns and things like that. So, that's what we're preparing now based on this. We just got the update this morning on the law firm. So now we're preparing the outline and the strategy for Cuban Council to review and say, okay, this is what we'd like to do.
You didn't mention Providence Policy there.
I did.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Well, you didn't say first people's law is part of the Providence Policy, or?
They filed the request to accelerate and also to for the release of the all the updates.
I just wanted to mention on House of Flowers that settled on. It's been submitted, but if and when the federal government gets back to us on it and wants us as a First Nation to settle on it, I really want to take serious caution on the fine print, because I heard that if we were to sign it off and get the monies in the future, that means our treaty rights will be gone. So I really want to caution membership on that. Anyway, I'll have second opinion and third opinion, and of course I'll have a community meeting about it as well when the time comes.
I have a question. It's regarding that water claim that was done. A lot of us never got anything, just the young people pissed it away. And the water was really filthy for any of us to drink, especially the ones that were on the main line. And we didn't get anything out of that water claim.
I honestly don't know much in that area. Gerald knows more about it. Has he stepped out for a bit, or is he still here? Isn't that one? Yeah. You okay.
What about the arena? When are they gonna go back in the church?
Let me answer Eileen's question first. Gerald? Okay, I'll answer Georgina's question there. The arena, as I mentioned, are we talking about the current arena that's right?
The new place then?
Oh, the new place, like I mentioned earlier, the approval from Investment Canada Infrastructure Program with the department to fund the community share of the project in 2019. The project consisted of a new energy efficient indoor synthetic ice skating facility of approximately 37,020 square feet. This was at the time, back in 2019, and the original cost at that time was 7.5 million for that. Now, I guess the community wanted to push forward, they wanted to artificial ice, but of course that's an extra, that puts extra money into that building. But this was, at the time, this was before COVID, but during and after COVID, of course, everything went up, and the estimated cost for the ice surface arena is around 30 million, which puts the community roughly 22.5 million short to fund the project. But we're currently working with Finland Consulting, put in an application with the CHRT 41 to fund the rest of it. And there again, as I said earlier, with the CHRT, it's it's to go with under CFS as well, where we have to word the arena different, where it's a multiplex, where we need that we're going to use the building for family gatherings, for children. It has to be children related for them, for us to get them to fund this once we apply for this funding. At the moment, there's a needs assessment that's being done right now, and it should be complete in December 2025. So we're taking steps there to try to work on a new arena. And hopefully, if everything goes well, we get it.
What about the church?
The church, just a bit Steve to a bit more than that.
To answer your question about the community church, you can say what happened was that we eventually got the remaining people that were connected to that community church, Rock, by the school. At that time, the original group had some people to see if we could pay the hydro bill to that church, and I think it was in the excess of a little over 10,000. Should go easy to say the Dublin Monaca, particularly big Norman, Inshallah, okay, Deutsch and his crew talked on one in that church. And just to give you a breakdown to see if it's worth putting hydro at that church, she doing the feedback I got maybe say that once more, when I attended that church, so it was a safety issue. And the money would have to come somewhere to pay for that hydro, but the advice I got was that it wasn't worth me putting hydro because it's been a while since that one side of the church was built. And then after that, so that's the advice I got. It wasn't worth putting hydro into that church. They did out by machine. It was a safety issue, and underneath, full choice on that. So I took that advice. And then after that, it all some of the clergy, Norman, Roy, Gerald, Mandy, to what they thought. And I talked to some community members. And I talked to Lanford, I forgot Lanford's name, and a few of these academy talk marketing got their feedback that it's not worth, we should start over again. Shigu one of the things that we leadership administrative committee, much to what I built that church. They built it with their own hands. They got material. It was done through free labor at that time. And we didn't want to forget the legacy, that carried that church in Lankee. But everybody started from that church in Lankee. The late James Wayne, my grandfather At Wayne, Lou Shim, his grandfather, Slee Vaughn, Max Devon, Victor.
Jacob and Dolly were
Jacob,
seasons.
yeah,
They did.
Jacob and Dolly. Yeah, and it was built by the people. But I want to commend my Gerald Green.
United Church is falling apart.
Yeah, so I want to finish my story. But anyways, I want to commend him. He stepped up to move forward in making sure that it got disconnected to hydro, and that he boosted council, I believe he boosted Blakey to tear down that old church, and we're going to start over. Now, we don't have money anywhere to build a new church. And I really want the community and the leadership to support man. He's got a code of how much he needs to build a new church. So we are going to be asking for donations anywhere that we can. We're going to approach organizations to see if they can donate towards building the new church. And hopefully getting them in each year as leaders to put some money towards that, hopefully from somewhere, somehow. And also maybe in the future, if we have any contractors coming into the community to do any kind of big projects, I'm going to get money and getting them to donate some money towards the church. This is what Little Saskatchewan did. They were able to build a $3.2 million church. Maybe I looked at what they asked all the contractors that came into Saskatchewan to donate money towards the church, and they did. So anyway, moving forward, they took their contractors to put money towards that church. It's got to be selfie, to build that church. So I hope we can come together as a community to make that happen, to make it a reality. United Church, I don't know what's going on there. I know something's happening there, but I don't know. I won't be able to answer anything about the United Church. Whatever questions you might have on that, Georgina, maybe that's something that you should directly ask Roy. And
I want to church that, sitting next to speaking, and it's falling apart, and we need a church there, because we got little young ones growing up, and they need a new church, because we can't see that church fall apart while they're growing up, while we're sitting inside.
Steve, I'm going to answer some of those questions about Church on the Rock. I got you. About 2018, there was a super young man, John Miles, speaking Carver.
So please.
Somebody complained about that church. He issued that.
2018.
Yeah. I took him there. If you all done it at church. He could play that day because it was rotten already. On the west side, the wall, somebody already meeting that wall, one side say, you play what? The brown hole, it's the guy that's been moved. And the floor is not easy passes, easy by nothing, my last rate. Somebody's going to get hurt, might be there. Then, nobody didn't show up. There's only a few of us. We the market with church. We are to go, I pass them what, how we know this. We go out there, because we go out here anyway. We take a swim with that. You might say they wouldn't have to. Our man was going to control it. What's the use in that? 20 minutes. That's cool. 20 minutes out of man. I know, until we got down, we gave me. Go to that. Tell me what we should have made put something when I don't stay in. But that was the last one I passed through in 2010. Chegou e ficou, eu paguei de guerra. Eu mas, eu já fiz isso. Olha, eu paguei de guerra. I know it. Still masking. I had problems with hydro. They get each year to start. Norman and start there. Each year, okay? To keep the lights on. You get this kicker, basically, my treasurer, and she walked away over $3,000 from there. And plus, we bought in microphones, wires, strips. You guys got to give out the event and keep on my head. I don't know what, and she bought a few guitars a month. I can remember 5 years after that, $5 churches. There was only one quite big totem, and what's the 6? That's your mom, quite you teacher, you eat a match. How much it needs. After it's a mechanical place, so I'm not working. There's only about 3 of us, 4 of us, 5 of us. And they complain to us, just like on Noah's days and Moses' days. Even though one God, my body, my complaint, you have in our community. And she said, maybe you have a lot of your friends here, my grandson, the last driving we went around. Don't trust anybody here. You guys, you have to be that thirsty. So they found this argument. I know that. I was there already to be mad. You just swear. I have documents. Only they go back to me at that church. There's 53 people. And I have those documents. Only we pass through Hutman. And I was there. Man, that meeting, sleep on the street or heart here. Me and Nelson spoke up. Así me quedo hablando de una cosa, ¿vale? Y tomé tu papá. Fíjate, así que nada, todo de buena. I know these kind of people can, we all the one thing that is wrong with it.
Like you said, let's build a church first from the ground up and do what we can, and then we'll let Christiga take, and then we may take any people I talk to, I think we got to but I don't want to get involved in who's going to be the pastor, stuff like that, Christiga. So maybe let's vote together as a community to build a community church, and then we'll let it play out on who's going to be the pastor after that. So that's our first step.
When's that?
Well, as soon as we get money, we're trying to raise money.
And I just add to that, this is what Riley's talking about, Shunyaka came up with. I know there was donations or whatever that came up to about $21,000 that time, and that money was sent to PAOC, which is Pentecostal Assemblies of Canada. I know there was rumors going around that my brother Roger Cantoni stole that money, but no, that money was at PAOC, and PAOC gave that money to this person, which I won't name, but the amount to pay God was there. So now there's a process happening every day in Kawikaki from Shunya to send the mine to that new building.
How much they asking for churches?
What's that?
How much? The cost?
A lot for the material. He's probably next material. So he's got the floor design. He's got the, I think he posted on Facebook the cost to look into it. But our first order is let's raise the money somehow. Let's pull together as a community, and then we'll deal with who's going to be the pastor. But I kind of heard something about that. We go back and forth regarding that same issue. So all right, I think I'll let it there.
Steve, in United Church, your house will be now Roy, and they're gonna have a new church.
All right, yeah. So that answers your question, Georgina. Yeah.
I just want to go back to Eileen. She answered that.
Before you go there, I want to ask Greg a question because she spoke before what she brought up. So he was talking about his the $1,000 of the water, they were thing. So my question to you, Greg, is what happens when some people, some band members didn't give their consent to be added into that thing? What happens to that? That's number one question. Because I didn't give my consent to be added into that list of putting that grade in. And the other one is Lake Winnipeg. I sat on a Lake Winnipeg advisory board for a number of years, and then we created a board that consisted of myself, a gentleman from Norway House, and there was 2 or 3 others, Jack Head, University College, and Grand Rapids, and I believe Copper River. So we sat as a governing board. We sat in front of the Manitoba Hydro when they asked for that new 50-year thing on Lake Winnipeg. And believe me, we did our research and we fought so hard. And I don't hear none of you make mention of that. You know, like, if you wanna proceed with all these good things that you're talking about, you know, put some honor in some of us that put in a lot of work. We put in a lot of legwork. You know, I've been fished 44 years just to be shoved aside. I'm not trying to have recognition either. There's a lot of, nobody listens to us, to that 2-3%. Nobody listens to us because people pass us off as noisemakers. But we have some history to back that up. I have a lot of years in fishing, so that should come for something in that matter. You know, I've been on Lake Winnipeg for a long time, and I live in front of Lake Winnipeg all my life, and I know the changes it's doing. And most of it now, it has nothing to do with Manitoba Hydro. It's all on its own, it's doing its own thing now. Because most people don't want to recognize the God that drives everything. He's in control, not Manitoba Hydro. Manitoba Hydro has nothing to do with what's going on. You go upriver, you go on a 304, you go on a Rice River Road. The rivers that are flowing, they're not flowing anymore. So you're going to blame Manitoba Hydro for that? Or, you know, like, we need to bring everything like that together. Some of this stuff is ridiculous, if I may say so. Like, it's all about money. It's all about money through tax. You know, and but those are the ones that I'm very concerned about, and the consent. If there should be a consent from the membership when this was put together. Because I sure didn't get I wasn't asked. So was some others in my family, they weren't asked. Normal, I guess you just thought everybody would be just included. It shouldn't go like that. There should be consensus right across the board. That's where things start, where people will fight amongst each other. And we're trying to stop that. We're trying to stop that. We need to learn how to work together. We need to learn that. As old as we are, we should know that already by now. But not even this church thing, you know, that's such a ridiculous thing to me anyway. Like they're fighting over which church should be standing here. But you know what, in reality, I'm not picking sides, but United Church is always the neutral ground here. It's always been the neutral ground to me. Everybody takes their loved ones there. Just a minute, let me finish. You know, and it's always been a neutral ground for every family that's lost a loved one, plus more. So there you go, those are the questions I have for you.
Okay. Thank you, Valerie, for those questions. And you know, you're right. A lot of things you can blame on Manitoba Hydro, but I think, you know, our elders have always said, you know, when you start making changes to an environment that has sustained your communities for so long, and these things start to happen, you know, artificial regulation of water quality. What Hydro is experiencing today is what our elders said 50 years ago. When you have these types of natural events that are God created or from the Creator, this is what happens. And you go to all 16 of the electric generating stations in this province, and all the 4 bays are full of water. Because Hydro has to protect that resource to generate electricity through those generating stations. You go up north, you get out from the Barrens and the Pigeon or the Rice River. You go up to the Nelson River, Cross Lake, Jordan Lake, Fox Lake, Pugwater. Everybody is affected differently. And it all has to do with water. Water quality. Is the water going to be there for kids in 20 years, 25 years?
You know, these are the things, you know, when you change a natural environment, the impacts and effects is what we're looking at here at Barron River. You know, what has happened over the last 50 years when they started putting in all these gates and dams and everything else? Well, we've seen that. You did that on the lake. You spent all your life along the lake. You witnessed all of those changes over the last couple of years. All of these things is what we're looking at. It's not just one thing. We're not just pointing the fingers at Manitoba Hydro. There's the province of Manitoba, there's the federal government. They're all responsible because they put you here on this reserve, just like the other 64 reserves. We said you can't do this, you can't do that. And then they went and did whatever they wanted. And look at where we are in our communities. The discussion we've had tonight, the impacts on our communities, our youth, our elders, our health, our ability to continue doing the work that we, like I grew up in the bush on the drop line. I wasn't worried about jobs, I wasn't worried about food. You know, we harvested. We did the fishing. I mean, we never had to run to Sobeys or to anywhere else to get food. It was all right there. We can't do that anymore. So we got to look at what are the issues that are causing these things that have changed the way we have lived the last 150 years, the last 50 years, the last 20 years. What's it going to look like in the future? This is what the mechanism is when you file the statement of claim. It's an opportunity to look at all of those things and bring them to bear in Barron River to address those concerns that your community members have suffered with for a number of years. Just like the fishing. You know, we've had meetings, we've talked to fishermen, you know, we got concerns from them, so it supported that statement of claim. It's not the whole claim, it's a part of it. And the outline that we're talking about preparing the council for review and discussion and for direction, it's going to include all of those people that were affected, whether it was in fishing, trapping, hunting, gathering medicines or berries or whatever it is, whatever has affected the community and the people, that process, that table or whatever it is going to be inclusive of the whole community in those areas that they have concerns, that they have expertise and knowledge, including yourself. If you want to participate, it will be open for you to do that, just like every other issue. Now, we can't agree on everything, but at least we should be able to come to some consensus and understand the relationships and how that's affected our community. I mean, you know, we've seen that. You know, last time I was out on the drop line, I was 50 years old. 50 years ago. You know, when my dad said, all of this is going to change. You can't do this anymore. You've got to do something else. You've got to learn. Take up a trade or go to university, do something. Because what they've done to the environment is not going to be the same. You're not going to do what we're doing. And he's right. That's what happened. So, when we look at our people and the struggles that we have, we've taken away what we were as people. We lived off land. We got our strength from the land. Land and water, those are spirits. Those are what sustained us. They helped us. And we recognize that. And we pray for that from generation to generation to sustain that. And we've lost a lot of that. That's why we have a lot of people in the urban environments that have no place to go. Where are we going to go? We don't have enough houses on the reserve. We don't have enough jobs. We don't have enough of anything. So we try and do what we can to hang on to what we have and try and build. But how do you do that when there's other people taking that away from you? These are the things that this statement of claim allows you to do. The fishing stuff, that'll be for the fishermen. You know, all of those things will be your responsibility as a team. And you know, rely with your chief council to do that and guide you through that as a team. And that's what they really do. I don't know if that answers all your questions, but I'm going to get into the church thing.
So, let me just elaborate on one thing. Like, so this hydro, this Lake Winnipeg thing, so why was it never occurred to anybody in the 1950s. History can, if you look at the map, history will tell you that the river that comes out, the Red River and the Assiniboine, come out into Lake Winnipeg, was all manipulated. It was all manipulated by machines because they couldn't get out. The channel would swallow up the channel. The mud and the debris, like the sand, it was moving so much. So what they did then was they removed all the marsh on the other side to make way for the boats to come in and out. So why is it nobody attacking that where it affected our quality of water? Because those things were a big filtration, if you're talking about being on the land. You know, so when they removed all that stuff, then we were susceptible, Lake Winnipeg was susceptible to all this garbage that's coming down.
Yeah.
Now you can't reverse it.
Now you can't reverse it. No, I mean, what? There's fishermen on the lake, like, you can see where their booties are sticking out of the mud.
Yeah,
their nets are in the mud. You know, their anchors are sitting in the mud. There's not even any water.
But that's up south, that South Basin. South Basin has always been,
it's in the narrows, actually. But I mean, even up north, the fishermen can't fish. There's no water. The fish need water. Right now on Lake Winnipeg, they're not getting any much harvest at top of the river. They're not getting it at Blood Bay. The only place the fish are at, and if you know the history of Lake Winnipeg, the deepest part of Lake Winnipeg is around Hecla Island. That's where they're harvesting the fish. There's nothing in the South Basin because the water is right down. But you look at Highway's website, and the water is at 712.4. When you know it's at probably 710, it's below their license. That's what they don't want you to know. Because they're breaching their own licenses, their own laws, their own legislation. And in order for Barron River to deal with these things, we need to know what that is, what's going on and why they're doing that. Because when you have a natural event and you try and manage a natural system, this whole challenge, this whole Lake Winnipeg regulation was based on the premise that if we do this, it will reduce flooding on Lake Winnipeg. But if you look at the history, and we provided this information as part of this process, since 1970, there's been more flooding on Lake Winnipeg than there was since 1826. So when they use that excuse, that's the kind of evidence that we're using to challenge Lake Winnipeg regulation. Because they got to come back to you for permission for a license for operating. They're really concerned about the lack of water because it's been going on 26 months already. The drought. They can't control that. They're trying to manage their water system to generate electricity. And they're losing money on it because, like the elder said, you can't control a thought-created environment and try and think you can make it better.
so how do you, how does our leadership prefer to deal with this shortage of water? Because, in the long run, we're not going to have any electricity. We're not going to have switch to be picking on if we're relying on hydroelectric power.
And that's why, Monday, the Chief of Health are meeting with them to hydro to look at an alternative energy system here, where you're not relying on hydro. You're generating your own energy through either solar, wind, or a combination of solar and wind. You won't have to rely, you won't have those power outages that you've experienced the last number of years. That's the options. Those are the opportunities. And as far as they manage the lake, well, there's opportunity for Barron River to say, well, we want to be involved in that. We want to know how you're operating the Winnipeg River system. We want to know how you're operating the Assiniboine because we feel it here. We experience it here. We want to be part of those decision-making processes. That's what the statement of claim allows the Barron River to be part of. So
I was in Edmonton 3 weeks ago now, even there in North Saskatchewan River, it's not very, they have to shut down their, something like Paddle Hill Queen, you know, you can't even go on it because there's no water.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and those are the types of things, like, an old friend of mine, Eric Caduceus, we're at the tree, one foot on the other, and he's from around that Edmonton area. And I told him, I said, we're so connected to what happens in Alberta from the mountains all the way to Lake Winnipeg. I said, Eric, every time you use the washroom and you flush, 2 weeks later, they can smell you home by Bears River. Because that's how connected we are. We're on the same water system that flows through our community. So trying to get our communities to understand that we're all related, we're all connected to the land and the water. So these types of things are important to understand that. And how the system operates. If we don't understand how the system operates, how do you impact that system to make it better for your community? And those are the things that we've been working to gather that information for Chief and Thompson, to make sure they understand those processes and what they can have influence to protect the community and the members of their group.
Okay, so what about the other question?
The fishing?
No.
For sure. Hey?
The consent for cows and plows.
That's a process in itself. Like once the Chief Council get a call from the federal government, they'll go meet, sit down, they'll get an offer. If that offer is made to Bears River, they'll bring it back to the community for ratification. They won't be making that at that table. They got to bring it back here. Once you've accepted it, and it goes back to the federal government to say yes, the community has accepted it, then they'll ratify that end of it, and then Chief Council have to come back to the community and ask the community for how do we disperse this.
Well, maybe I'll direct the question to leadership then. So, like I said, I never gave consent to be included in that package. So there's other ones that I know that called me and talked to me about it, like how they wanted to go to approach, and I told them just to call the Chief of Council. But unfortunately, sometimes it just goes to voicemail and that's it.
Well, you're going to have, every band member is going to have 2 opportunities to have their input into whether they accept or not accept.
But still doesn't answer the question. Really direct question.
I don't know. I did mark it down about it. Just how it's going to be dealt with, the ones that don't want to be included.
So is that, like, I asked Greg about the cows and plows and how First Peoples law is connected to cows and plows. So when you do have those meetings or community information sessions on cows and plows to get consent, First Peoples law will come to the reserve and do the presentations. So the lawyers will come from First Peoples law?
Y toma que tengo que ver que es muy voy a what meeting. Then they'll know. And I just check the blood. They're back boy, I just keep an eye.
I have a question in regards to cows and plows. I've been raising my hand, but I guess I'm too short. Nobody sees my hand. But anyways, in regards to that cows and plows, you talk about settlement. What is the difference between a settlement and a reimbursement? I want to know the difference between a settlement and a reimbursement, because to me, the way I understand a settlement, it's finished. Never to be looked at again, and why would you want to do that when you have to consider the future generation, because you celebrate 1875 of the signing, and yet you're so quick to disperse that and do away with it. Our treaty status is online here. Lagi kayo nagagi kayo, hindi siya kasi nabigyo, o kayo magkasi kasi nagpamoto isuliwa. Why? Many times, things are done without our consent, without even thinking about the future of our generations that are going to rule Bears River. Be patient when that tawa Akashian, you're literally selling us out. And you talk about having our own gardens when the government should be providing that money on a yearly basis for as long. What did it say? Minik na kechikasu Jesus, nibigay mistake. Minik when the grass is green, I forget that, but whatever. But the thing is, I want to know, because I'm not going to settle for a settlement. If you want that money, you request it as a reimbursement so that it will continue growing forever. As long as the government loves this. Because that's the end. What they're supposed to be looking after us is going to come to an end. And like I said in regards to treaty status, we're all multicultural now. You will not find a true Indian. And that's what the government doesn't like. They'd rather just do away with treaty status because they don't want to give us the money to continue surviving. And what makes us think that we're going to survive without our treaty status was too used to it. But we have to respect the person that signed us on. Nobody thinks like that because greed comes into play at all times. You know that money jingles in your pocket for a little bit, by tomorrow you're broke or you're dead on the ground. You know, we need a leadership that has a backbone to stand up for us and to think into the future, not to mark in front of you. Like I said before, many times when I came to band meetings, what's $3,000 for 30,000? I heard a person from up north say to this guy, oh, I got 30,000. Yeah, your own reserve prostituted you. It's finished. Is that where we're aiming for? Did you ask us if we want a settlement or just a reimbursement? Why tell us now? I'm
going to say something about that it's not a settlement. We heard about it already. You know what's happening with everybody else. They took settlements and they're done. And for us, it's not a settlement. The government owes us so much money. And there was elders who, from all over the provinces saying the same thing. You know, it shouldn't be a settlement. It's what they owe us. And that's how we have to treat it. That's why, you know what, this process is going to take long. It's not going to happen tomorrow.
But you shouldn't use the word settlement.
Yeah, you're right.
It should be a reimbursement. You should change that word.
Yes.
Because when you say settle, that means it's finished.
Yeah.
Over and done with.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means. And we shouldn't be settling. You know, we should be pricing how much they owe us from the past and continue paying.
Yes.
Continue paying us. And that's where we should be heading. Not a settlement.
But that word should be changed, what they have already submitted. Pull out that word settlement and put reimbursement, because that's what I would like to see.
Yeah, because that's what the chief was saying, you know, we gotta be careful because It may lead to losing our treaties, may lead to losing our lands. You know, the government is going to come back and say, okay, we paid you, we're done, you're on your own. And then they're always pushing for sustainability for our communities. But they won't fund it. You know, basically they're telling us, like children, you're old enough to know better already, you should have a corporation already to sustain yourself. But I agree with you, it shouldn't be a settlement. It has to be reimbursement. And people have to understand when you're doing reimbursement, it's a longer process. People have to understand too, that those two definitions. Are you going to settle like Pine Creek? You know, that was a lot of money they got, but how long did it last? How long? Somebody gets $40,000 here, I guarantee you it's probably gone within a month. You know, but it's not very much.
And I think they also said a lot of that money went to the lawyer fees too.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, like we all gotta be patient. There's lots of questions, there's lots of text messages, emails saying, when are we gonna get our money?
Well, they need to understand.
Yeah, they need to understand first.
Can I say something, please? Look, I'd like you to get their chief, the way that he's gonna do the process about this, before signing anything, or agreeing to anything.
It's already put in as a settlement.
That's what he was, he hasn't signed anything yet.
I understand that, but
We need to change the wording.
But, you say he's gonna get for process, he's not gonna do anything about it, but, you know, if there's something I mean, someone else says, please, listen.
that's why I do what, because I want to know. I have a right
You
to
weren't
question.
here before, so listen to what they said before. You have to keep on asking the same question over and over again.
Can I get my question answered? I've been waiting maybe an hour already. I'm not going to sit here all night and listen to arguments.
There's a question regarding the water claims. Would you be able to repeat that if you don't mind? And be able to
Oh, I
answer.
had a question asking about the water claims that were done while you were sitting as council, and not everyone got the water claims back. Like only a certain age got the money back, and all of us suffered that water stuff. Yeah.
Okay, as far as I know, I did some research on that issue. I filed that up to grant. And so I started researching. And I tried to phone Deloitte. When you phone them for baseball, for everything, there's nobody. They give you a person that doesn't even speak English properly. So you gotta keep phoning back till you get somebody that understands. But there's a bigger team of them that's making these decisions. And as far as I know, I started researching. This Sean Miles guy, he only put us on from 2018 to 2021. We have no water, well, we have water, but it was raw water from 2008 to 2013. So now, I think, if you can get your lawyer or whoever, is we got to file these statements against the government, Indian Affairs. Because that's not right. I had the same feeling that I thought for sure we're going to get it. Now they want you to fight over that, but
They asked for any posting that was done up saying there's a boil water advisory, and not one that's just made a night saying there's a boil water advisory.
Yeah.
I also asked about the documentation to the there should have been documentation saying that the water plant, whatever, but apparently it was destroyed here in the basement with the water leakage or whatever. And also Southeast, Sean Miles, before he retired, well, where was Southeast documentation? Why did they have backup to this? Because they should have, if he was the drinking water officer, that's their staff that had their own file.
Correct.
They didn't have that.
So Indian Affairs funded the 800,000 we got to bring it up to safe drinking water, and Southeast was supposed to be our safety officer, and he didn't do that. So now we gotta go to Indian Affairs, we gotta go to Stantec was the one that did the upgrade, and they're gone now, but we're going to have to go see them and say, okay, give us some documentation, so when we do go to the government, we have evidence. So that's more or less fair to us. There wasn't anything you did wrong, it's just those guys didn't put us on a boil water from 2018 to 2021. That's why those young people are getting.
Well, my kids call me, I'm a hoarder. If you want evidence, I got jugs of water that are shitty brown.
Yeah. That counts too, because I know when I was around, I don't know how many times I looked at that water. It looked as dark as tea. But anyways, I think with this fighting about the new pump outs, we'll have a little bit better in the water. But I guess the fight is, I can do the research. I'll go get Stantec to give me a copy. I'll go to Finit and say, look, here's the evidence. I need something concrete. Go to Deloitte with a lawyer and say, here's the evidence. Until that happens, we can talk forever about it, and it'll be nice. So you gotta fight that.
But that's been ongoing since when I was born, and we had to go in the middle of the lake sometimes to get water.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, so I remember the pump was burnt in 2008, and we were, like, it took us till 2015 just to produce water. So, I don't know. The only ones that can answer that is Indian Affairs, who funded it, and Finit, and Stantec. So I'm doing the research, and if I can find them as fast as I can, I'll give it to the council to file a claim against it. That's basically it. But I know I feel the same as you. Like, our water, but not any. Thank you.
Before we leave that subject, with the council calls, response to Drew's comments here with the council calls. The first order of business is exactly what came out and I think that in order for us to if we want to move forward with this, we will always have to keep in mind we must always protect our trees, especially when we have our children, grandchildren, that they that we must protect our trees. That's our number one priority. We can, I was born in 1968, and it's only been 57 years, 57. That year, the federal government tried assimilating every First Nation member in Canada by what they called the white paper. They tried assimilating us into the mainstream society, meaning that they were already attacking our treaties since 1968. And they're still doing it today. They are trying to water our treaties, water down our treaties. They are minimizing it. They are trying to weaken it. We can get an itchy we're going to sign on to a clause in settlement because it doesn't matter, the number they gave us, correct me if I'm wrong, is between 150 million to 200 million. It sounds like a big number, but when it comes to our treaties, it's a penny. We cannot sell our treaty. We waited and cheat them that when they come to us with an offer, that it shouldn't affect the treaty. And it shouldn't be called a settlement, it should be called Naganamushna. Because back when they promised us the cows and the plows, not every First Nation member got those. They paid, the only thing they gave our communities were maybe 2 cows and 1 plow. We were supposed to share that plow. On what? We have no farmland here. Bloodvein is not our farmland. In fact, it's muskeg. And when we were done with that plow, guess what we had to do with it? We had to give it to our neighbor community, which was Little Grand and Pongassi. Pongassi and Little Grand was one community. They only stood up in 1984. Pongassi was actually part of Little Grand Rapids First Nation until they split in 1984, making Pongassi its own. 1 plow, maybe even 2 plows. The plows they sent from Saltwick, a lot of them did not reach our communities. What are we supposed to use that plow for? Okay, which our way. It was their attempt to bribe us. Say, oh, you got your cow here, you got your cow and plows. What is 2 cows going to do for our community? Or 2 plows. And then we were done. And when we were done with those plows, it was our responsibility at that time to give it to send it to Little Grand Rapids. Anyway, that's how Megashanapita, our federal government, in 1968, they wanted everybody here that's sitting here to be a white person, to be assimilated. That was the year I was born. And you can fact check that. Yeah, I'm going to the Prime Minister or Minister of Indian Affairs at the time, Kapimi Tumit, Christian. He's the one that pushed that white paper saying that you, Kinawe Mataya, be part of Canadian society and do it with our treaties. The First Nations fought back. Anyway, our first order of business is to make sure when they offer us that cows and plows, to protect our trees. It doesn't matter if it's 150 million, 500 million. When it comes to our treaties, no, we won't settle for that. So anyway, and I know the chief, and I have every confidence in the leadership who can come back to you. Before anything is accepted. And it's got to be done collectively. And I just want to share that. I'm really liking what your comments that you're telling us to protect and to come back to you before we sign anything. Ultimately, we to accept that reimbursement. I just want to say that, make that point there.
I just want to make mention of, I know everything we're discussing here tonight is important, but I just want to, personally, I think we should have been talking about health and our local Barons River School this evening. Health in terms of our nursing and our health services, and our Barons River School in terms of it could be a result of our drug epidemic, what the children are seeing at home for sure it's a community issue, but it all goes to the school. And we're seeing very disturbing behaviors from young children, Pushke. And I feel like the community can watch school and entrusting Frontier School Division to deal with our children, to get our kids. But you need to understand, Frontier School Division is a business. They're a business for the best interest of Frontier School Division. They're not in business for the best interest of our children at Barons River School. And we need to recognize that. And I know the Chief mentioned that our new school process is happening. And we as a community need to start thinking about our educational plan, whether we decide to go local or we need to evaluate our educational partnership with Frontier School Division. Because, how do we as parents settle once our kids finish grade 9 here and they go to Winnipeg and they struggle? How are we accepting that for years, for generations? We've been accepting that, and we should not be. So I just wanted to make mention of that it's really urgent what's going on in our Barons River School, and leadership needs to go into that school and start asking the questions. Even.
I want to elaborate on the education program about our school system, because we were taken away when Jackie went to high school and that we didn't really hear. We went grade 11, all of us, and we all went to Winnipeg, and then some of us stayed and we got jobs, but we come back. I come back here as to resign, right? I want to resign, but I don't have a home to come home to. And then I worked all my life in Winnipeg because I was educated there. It took me when I was 13 from Barons River to take me over there to go to school. And when I went there, I didn't even know chemistry, I didn't know geography, I didn't know algebra, because the school system here didn't teach us all that. So I had to take 9, 10, 11, and 12 again when they placed me over there. Then I became into nursing, and when I came here for my LPN, it was all, nepotism, family based, and I was left behind as a BN student, and all these people would, they attack you because I'm an outsider. It's hard to come home to your reserve to come and help because you're labeled already or judged already. As for myself, I turned Christian 3 years ago. I don't care who knows, who doesn't know. I'm a traditional dancer. I do cultural stuff. I went back from my Indian ways, and once I do speak this English language, but as soon as I teach native language, I don't speak English at all. So I want to bring my healing camp out here in 4 years. Yeah, that's my plan anyway. No, you cheat. I'm not getting help right now.
I gotta do an announcement about the food. Sorry. I guess the Binoji rec van ran out of gas for the generator and they closed up early. But we have all the names there. Tomorrow, starting at 12, just come down and place your order. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. So the names are there. You just come do your order and they'll check off your name. Okay? I'm sorry. Wait, the house is coming. It's coming. Just wait.
I just wanted to also on the agenda there. Alice was talking about earlier about cultural camp. Yeah. Do you have one that's currently that we're working on, that you can know? And also let Glenn make a few comments about what's the plan in terms of having the infrastructure. And I was thinking for myself, we can also use it for our members that have addictions. You know, we can utilize that camp, cultural camp there as well. Just an idea. Here's Glenn.
I think here, Melody, it says on here on the agenda to plan meetings like right away with every program area, because you need a whole day even more to talk about education, health, you know, all these other programs. I mean, we were, today is going to be kind of hearing from the membership, you know, because it's our first meeting in a long time. But coming Monday is moving forward to set meetings right away, what's going to be next, right away. And then the program people will coordinate that. Yes, I didn't want to leave your questions out or your comments.
I have a question for you, leaders. Do you ever go to the school here in Zimmerman, Chipapai, I live in the classroom? Do you ever go there?
Yeah.
Only one person?
Paul was there too.
Do you ever talk to the kids?
Yeah.
Because there's been incidents of being bullying, lots of bullying happening in that school. There was a young girl that was sent out yesterday because of bullying, because she was going to commit suicide. I think you guys should go back there and talk to them.
There's lots of cyberbullying.
It's not just cyberbullying, it's happening at school, and nothing's
But
getting done about it.
They're bringing it to the school. It starts from, like, same thing with adults on Facebook, you know, like, same thing, kids are bad. I've seen.
I go there,
They're telling each other
too.
They're telling each other to kill themselves. You know, that's how
Nobody
bad
will
it
hear to
is.
kill herself. This thing has been ongoing since September.
It's been ongoing for years. It's been ongoing for
Bullying is
years.
one person.
It's been ongoing for years. It was there when I was teaching. Still, it was still going on.
Well, what is
And
it
it's the
going to be
same thing
done?
what Melody just said, you know, everything falls in the school. It's us as parents too, to sit with our kids, talk to our children, talk to our grandkids. It's our responsibility.
Well, I'll mention to the Junction School, what's his title there again? It looks after all the county. The superintendent, yeah, that's the one. I'll contact him and mention to him, and I'll ask him to look into it and try and adjust it. Yeah. Okay, and there's not any more questions.
So we get there, watching about that culture camp, cultural camp, or what wellness camp, or whatever it's called. What is it?
Okay, when I started working on it, and we got funded for it, what wanted to use it for is a family addiction program center. Our families can go to programming at the camp, because we couldn't do a treatment center that would take long, because it's considered as a hospital. So that's why we applied for the culture camp. And like I said, I wanted to use it as a family treatment center, family addiction program center, so we can get families there for programming, keep their kids there. Also to get in touch with nature, like fishing, hunting, bear shooting, and so on. But I got when the late is where I need the funding, I need to this is what we were approved for. Yeah, that's what I need. Not my thoughts, but whatever we can use for, just to help our families. The ideas would be good to educated.
So you're saying any program can utilize that?
Yeah.
Or like a family of people?
Yeah, it's a family addiction center, something like that.
Is there a write-up on that? Is there a booklet or something to the proposal?
The proposal, I can get a copy of that. But right now, too, in regards of programming, we're with Yale, we're writing up a proposal for programming, for the program to get funded.
Do you have a building already? Do you have a building here in the community already?
For what?
So what are you talking about? Helping grow culture.
Like in PG River.
So can,
There's a main building and also 5 trailers to accommodations.
so can you start to use it too?
Yeah, they could, yeah.
So how many days are they allowed to?
We might have to have, have a calendar. We have to have a calendar.
So it's up to us how many days we want to send them?
Yeah. We have to the program.
So who is the head there?
Well, whoever agree would be hired for for programming. So that's what we're waiting on the proposal for the programming.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Can I ask, I don't know whether it's a fair question, but I wanted to elaborate on a little bit on the addiction here in our community. No, it's, I don't know, I forget how long I've been there, under now, but I know about 95% our community is plagued with that. Even people I never thought they're stuck in it. I didn't know that, but I know I have a lot of information regarding addiction because a lot of people go to my office. And the sad thing is, I don't understand why that area in Vision was supposed to be a treatment center, specifically for having individuals or families to be treated because of the addictions that are going on. And a lot of them are being refused because they have to be through a detox program first. And I don't know if like these people in our community here probably don't even realize that, but I'm stuck. There's no resources for me. you know how sad it is for me to let people know, I'm sorry, I can't send you there, because they don't want to accept you. Most of the times, they have to be detoxed, and I can't send them to a detox center because it's cost a lot of money. And we don't have that kind of money. Huh? I know there's only one that's funded. No, there's only one detox center. I know there's more than that. But there's one that's funded, that's on Martha Street. I made a mistake sending some people there, and they came back, seen me at my office, and told me never to send anybody there. It's so disgusting. And I don't want to do that to them. Like, they're already suffering. So, I just want to make everybody know here, Apichi sanagan wega aduta man. Apichi sanagan. Kamo tasino. Chico here, the majority, when they come for help, you know, I always commend them because it takes courage for them to come there. It takes courage to admit something. So when I do the intake takes sometimes 3 days, sometimes 10 days. It depends. Because of the in between the things that I have to put in there, like the assessments and stuff, they have to go with the application, otherwise they don't even accept the application. So this process, I'm just bringing this out so you guys will know this stuff, you know, and it's hard working there, you know, and for us to just kind of put a blind eye to it, like, I don't know when we're going to wake up in this community. Like today, my colleague showed me a disturbing video, and I was just shocked to listen to that video. I don't want to mention any details, but it's very disturbing. And this is right in our community. And like, you know, we talk about advancing in every avenue we could possibly think of, every aspect of life, a good life. So what about the addiction problem? What are we going to do with that? So I'm calling on all of you, not just the leadership. We can't be pointing fingers. People always point fingers to the leadership. But us two that live here, we can help. We can help. Don't aid them. And when I say that, don't buy anything from them. Because I don't. I used to buy stuff like food that they make, but I don't anymore. And another thing too, I want to be blunt here, but not out of disrespect, not out of in any way, shape or form, but quit giving out a little bit here, a little bit there. Quit doing that. You're enabling our society here to fail. You know, that we're failing as a nation. And we're trying to introduce all this other garbage into here to try and fix our people. As I'll tell you, it's not going to work. I went to Kenora. I had to pick up my client over there because he was done his program. And you know, it took so much encouragement from myself and my colleagues to make this happen for this person. And you know, this person was so happy that our presence was wanted there. So we went. You know, I was shocked. I was so shocked when I got there. I've never seen that treatment center in my life. it took me a long time to find it because it's in the bush. And I'm going to tell you this, we don't know it. In PTA Alama, because we walked in, I didn't see, because those people that graduated, they were sitting in a circle, but I didn't see that thing in the center, I didn't see it right away. Not until after all the presentations were done. And a man dressed in solid black stood up, and they were all gifted me con hour. And I'm sitting there, you know, observing, listening, and I think it all right that should I share? What? Yes. I think it all. Yin windy go. Kung kung kaya sila kita yasin, para ni manin, win na go nila. Like, oh my goodness, and as I was sitting there, I'll translate it. He said, this is what that man said. I am Windigo. You have no power until I say you have it. That's what he said to those people. I don't want to put any, I don't want to be a war or anything. But you know what, as we were sitting there, I didn't even know that was a drum with 4 on either side. And there was a drum in the center. And I want you to listen to me. When he started hitting that thing, they started to chant whatever it is that they chant. And he was singing from here, that man. And this is what I understood him. And he was chanting. He was not talking English or any kind of indigenous language. And this is what he said. That's what he kept chanting. And yet that's not English, that's not Zulu, that's not a little bit, I can understand a little bit. But he didn't speak any language that but we understood every word he said. And this is what he said, I'm going to tell you. Use that only in English. I'm Windigo, I'm the spirit of Windigo, and you have no power except me. That's what he said. And you're playing around with something if people don't understand. That is why our community is so plagued everywhere in this country. We have how many? Great. How many indigenous communities across Canada?
616.
Exactly. And these are, every one of them are practicing this. And we wonder why, I do want to say, we wonder why everything is going down the drain. We wonder why our water is being affected. Everything around us is being affected because you're lifting something that is not right, that is not good. I'm telling you this tonight. I'm tired of listening to people that claim this is good. It's not good. I'm telling you. If I can get you people to lift your hands that agree with me, lift them now, if you understand with it. There you go. So you're trying to start something here, I will not be part of it. I will not be part of it. We just simply wanted a treatment center where we can do our work. We have people here that can do it. how many more we not trying, boss? They wanted to, how many more? How many more are we gonna bury? Not knowing who Jesus is. You guys have to know this, you guys have to hear this. Because you guys don't come to church, the only time you see us there is funerals. But I will stand up for what I know and what I trust in my Jesus. I will tell you that. Mi every time I go, Pizinda Ushika, Kevin, go away much any market. Because I know not the market, I got Pitawa, not the market. Beware.
I have a question for you, in that COVID camp, that you said much on that, that way they have to get.
We didn't set anything to have it rented out yet. Just to be rented out, and other programs to circulate the money, I guess. Circulate within our First Nation. The neighboring communities want to rent it out, that money will go to the First Nation and utilize it towards the camp for the future, for repairs or things like that.
I think what he means is like the years that Penco's been here. Like his Penco's been renting that place.
Oh, you mean the other camp? The other camp, sorry.
That camp, like a best church, like what I keep.
That
house, I might sick.
Goes back to the band and goes, some of it goes to wages and some of it goes to propane, electrical.
It goes to the expenses of running a camp and whatever revenue is left, I guess these things goes to funerals and things like that.
And that's where the other camp was bought from. The other, because there's a 39-man camp, and then there's that, what's it called?
There's a 48-man camp and a 30-man camp.
48 and 30. And then with the kitchen, but that one kitchen burned exactly days, so I think we were waiting for insurance for that one. So that insurance will go back to the community, I think we're trying to plan like how to use, everybody has different ideas for that insurance money versus the arena. We can't touch that money from the arena insurance. We have to use that money to fix up that arena. There's a difference.
We don't get that money for the arena. It's, they're assessing how much it's gonna cost to rebuild the arena. It has to be rebuilt to back to what it was. So there's a few more inspections that need to be done on the beams, structure of the building. And we're gonna rebuild it to what it was, which is probably gonna be around 3.5 million, somewhere in that area.
Another question. Your water and sewer trucks, are they registered?
Yeah.
When I was driving in 2007, I think, that sewage truck wasn't registered.
It should have been.
and my brother Lawrence, in the accident, I said, it wasn't in short test there.
I can speak to that. No, that truck wasn't registered.
That truck?
I'm not gonna point fingers.
But when I was placed with the Public Works, that was my first thing I did was took out the trucks, got them repaired. We were told by the ISC because of the condition of the trucks, they all needed maintenance, so we sent out all the trucks. It costed just under $300,000 to get the trucks repaired, but inspected at the same time. And I went to Gary Alp Insurance on York, is it Yorktown? And I replated all the trucks. So now they were properly insured up to this past year, but right now we're working on to carry it out because it's a commercial truck that's got to be inspected every year. They're registered, but they still have to be inspected to pass the safety.
And also, 2019, my daughter got into this auto plaque says that storage truck wasn't registered.
That one I can't answer, I don't know, I wasn't very, I don't know, somebody else.
Maybe you can check into it to see, to see if it was registered or not at that time. He'll check on that, Riley, and he'll get back to you.
Okay.
So about how much money is generated from that camp a month? About
sometimes it varies. Sometimes Banco is really busy, but now that the projects regarding the RCMP station and water plant is almost complete. Of course, there's less workers already coming in because of all this complete. So it goes up and down. I'm not sure the exact numbers there because it fluctuates.
that money could go to that camp or?
It's used to expenses on operating expenses on to run the plant. I know before that we just recently, just 3 months ago, we just had Agro hooked up to the camp, but prior to that it was really expensive to have it running with the generator at the time. So that's why we decided to have it hooked up to Hydro. So they are all revenue expenses that we get, and it fluctuates up and down.
Did they rename the camp? What is it called now?
I think I was heard it was called Camp Edward after Edward Camp.
And fuel farm is, that's a fuel farm.
We good to move on to the last item. Move to give an update on housing. Okay, I know in the past 2 years, I know 2 years ago, there was 14 trailers, and building, and right now, currently we have a commercial guy hooking up working on hooking up those 15 floors to the main line. And plus we need to do skirting on it, and then after that we can have families placed in them, and that's the goal. We're trying to have them placed in them by this fall sometimes. In November, I believe, yeah, so. And then prevention, brought in 3 trailers this year. And then this year also we have built 10 bachelor units. They're currently being worked on, the foundations on them are being worked on as well as we speak. Tomorrow, I guess, yeah. And then another 6 homes were built this year. And I'm trying to see if we can plan to build between 3 to 4 homes this fall. And by next spring, we want to try and pilot to build 20 plus homes. So that's the goal there right now. So that's along with other items like some windows, doors, roofs. There was about roughly 27 roofs that were worked on the past 2 years, I believe. We've got some extensions and some renovations there that we've done in the past 2 years. We mentioned bachelor units. I want to try and plan to have some more bachelor units as well by next year if everything works out. I know these past bachelor units there used the tobacco tax on that. We'll have those built. It's having the bachelor units built. I know there's always extra work done on them, such as water, sewer, driveway, skirting, and the interior. The homes, I don't think they came with vanities and cabinets, so I think we have to add those as well, and all the other plumbing inside, such as hot water tank and toilet and things like that. So there's a shell that was built, so we have to find other ways to try and get the other items put into them. Other than that, that's pretty well an update in the housing. The housing is a big thing, and it's very critical. And I believe there's about 200 applications that people filled out throughout the community, and it's trying our best to try and accommodate, and it's hard when the main selection comes up. We're trying our best to try and prioritize where this needs it. That's one of the hardest parts I've checked. If all 150 homes to everybody, it doesn't work like that. We try our best to try and accommodate everybody as much as we can. And that's basically it.
One of the issues we're having too is houses that are vacant, unlived. We want to take those houses back because we're short houses. We're fighting with families. I think a community decision needs to be made there, just like it get the checks off, you know, like, there's people that have left their homes a year. They send people there to come and do illegal activities. And here we're short houses. And but that's part of that policy too, you know, that housing policy.
And why is that, coming out of your houses, people that get houses? After they got those houses, and then they take off to Winnipeg and go stay there, right?
Yeah. But those houses should come back, and the family should not stay unless you want to move in another family member, you know, the other families within, but they shouldn't be vacant because they're either getting burnt or they're vandalized or illegal activities happening. And I think part of that is, you know what, we need to stop being scared with one another. You know, we gotta do what's right. And that's making sure that we utilize as much housing as possible.
Those small houses, yeah, then, when are they going to hook up electrical work and hydro with, like Tina's house?
That's the one he was talking about, no, let me go.
I read 3 outlets already. They hook up with plus her heater.
That's the one you were,
I bought outlets already, I'm going to put them on.
where you're an electrician,
Huh?
you're an electrician.
Yeah, to
You have power.
Yeah, we're working on possibly trying to have those units hooked up with hydro as well. I'll have to get an update on that from hydro, of where it's at.
I think Linda had a comment or question.
What's happening with those homes? How come they're not being repaired?
Those are the ones that were bought.
They call on the south side, ghost town, on the municipal side of the community. We'll have to find funding for those to have them repaired.
I think some are livable over there at the town side. I think there's 2 or 3 of those units that were bought from the First Nation. And I think Marilyn has one and Trina lived in one. And I don't know which other one. That's not a bad one, that's not, okay.
No,
Sorry.
yeah, there was a few of them, that's under the First Nation, and we're going to find ways to try and have them saved or renovated so we can move more families in need.
How do you select houses? How do you give the houses out? Because Balam had his house burned. I just say, can you house give me now?
That's almost like sure.
I think it's okay that day that Pete. I just heard in your house give me now. All my life I have given you letters stating that house that I live in is no good, it's condemned, but I'm still living in it because I have nowhere else to go. Yet I gave you, each and every one of you, 2 letters. Can you answer that? How do you pick houses?
Those houses are insured, so the insurance has to, like, we have to use that money to rebuild those homes. The insurance pays back that money to those homes. Well, that's where that's what I was asking here, you know, we need to make a change. When somebody leaves, you know, like, we need to take back the
about things in this community so it would run smooth.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Thank
The
you.
housing policy should come first right away. But there again, we gotta be careful, but I don't know if we can do the housing policy in stages where we sign off and then keep adding on as we're going. But there's things that we need to do immediately to protect our housing.
It seems like there's only certain people that always get housing. Kaya suwensin na piwat, ni bakit hindi ko tumawakay ka na na siya nakigin trailers? That's not fair. Sure, they're your carpenters, but there's other people in this community that could do kewinawake kutaminay ko. Kung ito, certain people ka na naitutaway ko, big name families, mikin nyo, wag ka na naitutaway ko because you want to vote.
I don't know, we did not houses for 2 years already, so I don't know. I
In this term, that meeting we had when we first got into this term of council, it was said that there should be a committee that was selected to do those selections. It wasn't supposed to come from council when they removed that political part. That's what should be happening. I'm accused of giving my family houses. These two councils can, let you know. When my sister and my brother-in-law were brought up, I walked out of the room. I didn't want nothing to do with that.
Okay, one more thing. I want to ask the leadership, how much did the treaty that way I'm in your place to say that you
3 days.
3 days
Or eight something.
I haven't seen the final report for 3 days yet.
But I'm asking is like, Hinamitas band members, Pichiki Mineta, we shoot them in all games, Shunia. The stay of 3 days, I heard it was $900,000. I don't know if that's true, but I heard it from a good source. That trip to Edmonton, it was over $300,000. The Treaty Summit. Di siya bichi yang ma bikering yang wakay ganan. Kinawan siya kapo naman. County Chief and Council kapo naman. We always put Chief and Council in a spot. And we shoot them in all the issue niya. We need to stop that. That one singer, I believe he was paid $80,000. Just over stupidity. Kami ikat na yan sa sini, pagkakit punya ini boy, unika ini. Kami ikat, awas sini, greed. Pinagkakita, kanagay boy. Bisu ko pa matuwa, kung nakita sayang mo, baka magdahil mo ito ko. Eu não know issue niya. You know that $100,000 could have repaired a lot of homes. That $300,000 could have repaired a lot of homes to house people. We gotta stop playing around with money. We should not make money go. Chief and Council, oh, Timothy Pam. You know what you don't even know the issue niya. Entertainment. Busy, she gets it, let me see. No, stormy going. That's all we want all the time. We gotta stop it. Anyway.
Kami hanis natin kaki manasuet o kanang basis seni. Kami niyo si Matapio.
Kaya kami Matapio, kau sa isang kaki na yun na sinin. Pero kami hindi rin na wala siya kami tawaway kami sinabi wa tewan.
Kaya ni ko pwede Alisa wa Alisa Pablo. Sa house kaya gamis, Poco just a mowing down.
Right, well, that house was condemned.
Is there anywhere just single one way that was? But she got on the book me bad. I said book all together. And then I chat here. 9 cents pieces second one, you know. Chat here, she got on the book. Di spengo casa e poi che era tutti sentati e con la sposa.
What's gonna happen with Goulet living in Carmen's house? What is his name? White man. He's an outsider.
For live, I guess he'll hear it live. We have a VCR here. We have a VCR here for him to leave.
That's good.
Okay, so he may hear it on live or Facebook or something, but we're waiting to serve him.
I was gonna go chase him out of there.
But I guess it has to do with a family member renting that house, which shouldn't happen either. If they want that house, they should come and live here.
That's what he was saying, because I have all the comments on Carmen's phone, that what he was talking about.
So that's the plan.
And I believe my son's stuff is still there, and my kids' stuff is still there.
I don't know what happened in there.
No,
I mean the chest.
Hardly took me there,
Oh,
but
okay.
I didn't take everything, because they only made one trip.
My daughter's walking to me.
I know the last one that was living there, I believe was Margaret, right? Margaret Hudson. I don't know about now.
That one there, I'll comment on that one. She took her, I don't know how many feet that, those, the kind of trailer you have there, what do you call it again? RV, I don't know how long it is, but we had a nasty, I don't know whether that was a tornado or what, but the wind was so powerful. It tipped her RV towards the house and kind of knocked it off the foundation. So that's why she moved out of there again.
The house?
Yeah.
The house itself?
Yeah, the house itself moved. So, and it was, when it was raining, it would like rain inside and it messed up all her plumbing because of the shift. So she told me that she raised concerns, but nobody ever got back to her. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, she just contacted me just a few days ago. And she was asking if we can take a look at her house, and told her I get a chance to go look at it, and just her and Hanson or Noah, they're planning to move back. So we'll go from there with that.
That's good to know.
Yeah, Kuminaya, all God's son, she's been actually, Peter Betagami, when you get Paconia, and she has been her washroom, and for her stuff, you should see. She's been after that.
I'll go see her after hours, because during the day she's working at the school, and I'll go there after she's done work, I'll go see her.
Okay, you didn't answer my question. How do you pick houses?
We base it on homeless and couples or single mothers or have kids.
And the age of that house.
And the age of the house, it all varies, it's all different.
or overcrowding, all that. Families staying bunched up in one house and they end up fighting, and causing a lot of stress on families staying in one house. Things like that. We're going to try and kill 3 this fall, and I'm trying to build 20 plus homes by spring.
Regarding the selection of the houses, are you basing your selection to the size of the family? Because I don't see that.
Yeah.
That looks like sardines in these tiny little trailers that were handed out. You're supposed to select a home to fit the family to the size they are. And then the same, there used to be a policy many years ago here at the band office, it gets burned. But the process was that when you're going to allocate a home, you're supposed to give it to them to the size of the family. 10 years later, you revisit that home, and if they need an extension, you give it to them, you add it on. When the house is 20 years old, you visit that home again, and then you go through the process. Do they need another extension? Do they need a repair? Or do you give them a new home? That's not happening. There's a lot of people here that have homes how many times already within 20 years. You know, that needs to be revisited. Those policies should be reinstated. And also, what about stairs? Is there a standard size for them? Or it depends who the family is that's building them, that you only need this small size while we get the big one. They should all be the same. Everybody that lives in this community should be treated equally. Not take a little bit of number so you can extend yours, type of thing like that.
Who's the housing director or manager? Like, are they gonna have like a separate presentation?
Yeah, that's what you're saying, that's
Yeah.
a separate one. Housing is identified as one unit. Or a separate, if that's what you're saying, you need at least a full day discussion. Just on one topic only.
Otherwise, we'll be here all night till tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And we're
I
starting
mean, it
like
can
from-
Sorry.
I just don't want to take it easy, you know, man. I want to say what you're on a housing topic. I'm getting my, like, next year I'll be pension age. So I've never had a home. So I live at good and stay there. And you know, I've looked after her house. Partly knows that. I renovated it inside myself. It took me 2 years because I worked by myself to redo the whole inside. And when I opened up the walls, I was shocked. There was no insulation and a lot of cavities of the house. So we bought our own stuff and we did the whole thing, sealed it. So today I was up on a roof and I was kind of scared to looking around up there. It's really, I think the sun is really taking a beating on it because OSB is used on a roof. At least we should be using regular plywood, like for stability, just at least a roof. And so I actually called the housing, whatever we call it over there across the side, across the river. And I was talking to Tracy. I asked her see if there's a possibility that we can get a total renovation outside was built back in the 80s, they did what they called a floating foundation. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. Are you guys familiar with a floating foundation? Floating foundation is something that has no footing. It was only constructed with 6-inch styrofoam and the rest like the cement was poured. So for movement of the house, it was based on that 6-inch foam. That's how it was made. So under center pillars, and the far end one, the middle pillar towards the northwest side is sinking. And it's sinking, and when they hooked up plumbing, the plumbers cut really lots of floor joists, and it was starting to go like that, and it was going like this. I didn't really know what the heck was going on, so I went underneath there, and oh my goodness, I was just shocked that they actually did that. So we hired a couple of guys to come and sister up the floor. So I don't know if it's feasible to put more money in it, or, you know, and that house is over, I think it's over 45 years old. And we did our part, and it's getting more and more costly to heat it in the winter time. It's actually financial burden already. We really go on, because I know, and I told her, I know we'll never get a new house, but I'm just telling you anyway. So anyways, I just wanted to bring that up to you. Who's 1 year old here? You.
The house I'm living in is 1972. That's when that house was built. I should cave in you one. Good thing you took a gawin may mata ang pitch po sa one.
Can you put something in place for elders? Kanin masih okay na dia si.
Okay.
We can duplex.
Make more of that. I'll look into it, see if there's any funding sources out there for that, but to just ask. We kind of plan to fix the apex as well. So we're planning to also try and fix up the apex. It's a lot of units in there is kind of getting a little bit bad, and there's a lot of over here they're sweating too much. It's I don't know, maybe the caulking on it has worn out and it's starting to formulate kind of sweat, and when those sweat it leaks on the walls and starts to rot over the years, and that's what's happening in some of the units. So trying to save that whole building there, the apex, and have refurbishment again.
We were talking about that already. That's why we're saying there's lots of things to consider. You know, elders, medical, how many children you have, how many people are living in a home, what condition is your home, how old is your home, you know, how well are you taking care of your home. If it's 5 years old, there's something wrong, right?
Right.
So all that is being considered.
And our handicap.
Yeah. You gotta take care of them. That's why I said medical, right?
And the thing is the guidelines should be followed when you're thinking around.
Yeah.
And we can't be just making the old way. You gotta follow the
I know some of them
But anyways, what I was gonna say was about a long time ago about that policy that the bank used to have. The ones that got a new house were asked to pay the deposit in our homes. And anything that we put in there with our own money, the bank was supposed to reimburse us. But that never took place. But that was the dynamic thing. We were told to pay for our new homes, one-time payment, and then they'll start building it. And any work that we do, like for me, I bought my own roofing. Thanks to someone who blessed us by giving us a carpenter because Harrison didn't know how to do a roof. I'm grateful for that.
Question?
I want to ask, I built the house up the river. When will you be able to finish the inside of it? I've been waiting 10 years already. It's up there, but it's not done inside. I don't know how to do the inside of it.
They're waiting for hydro lines to install hydro poles and top hydro lines hooked up to the place before the interior gets covered up, because that's where hydro and inspectors have to inspect the electrical in the interior before covering it up. But I think it's very close to it having hydro hooked up to it, and once it's done and the inspector goes there to inspect it, the carpenters can go there and work on the interior.
It's gonna rot before anything is finished in that house. How many years has it been sitting there? I thought by building it that I would help, but I guess not.
Pay on a house too far, and we try and do our best to try and whenever we have monies to spend, to try and have that done as we go.
Is the hydro pole going to go up to Lottie?
Not these,
No.
eventually, yeah.
Also, I filled out a form for iawi trials tapi asat pangki ibig kawan kasi yung tapi wapandan. And I thought that my roof was going to blow off the other night when it was stormy. Can I have Tracy Barnes come and look at that house I live in, since she's a housing manager? And also Rachel and whoever else is involved in housing.
And come and look at my house, please.
Okay, I even said that.
Me too. My roof is leaking every year.
All winter.
I have any manga family get back to us here.
I think her name is
Bacon Patrick Kayen.
Yeah, her name is on there already. You see, yeah.
Okay, I guess it's already 20 after 10 and we're supposed to be 9.
The next meeting, I
I'll
guess.
take the battery out today.
I asked Glenn family, and I asked her, get more activities from prevention for the kids.
I thank you all. I want the question here from Iris. And, sorry, go ahead.
Very easy. Just online. I'll help you on that.
I want to ask Lauren to do a closing prayer. I want to ask Lauren to do a closing prayer. So I get your attention. I want to get Lauren to do an open prayer. Steve, Glenn?
Okay, to make a request known to the Lord. This is the one that you're going to meet, however need according to your riches in Christ Jesus. In the knock coming out to kami sa kumami kami, inigan itang wato yan na mayawin mo, ipaka ng wato, na may istigate, tama ko, pinigay ko, sa wala lang to, kami sa istigate, pinigay ko. Lord, as we go separately, Lord, that your mercy and grace be with us wherever we go, to our homes, as we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Early.